Very well, thank you, Chair. And yourself?
A good South African morning, brother.
It is indeed.
Yeah, colleagues, good morning. I think we are ready to start. It's 1 minute after the scheduled time of 9:30. We're scheduled to be on this meeting from 9:30 to 12:30. Today, the 9th of June, 2026, on this Zoom platform. I take this moment to welcome all of you, representatives from Transnet, who are going to brief us on private rail operators and started update on a road to rail strategy. I also welcome the team from Chapter 9 Institution of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, Commission for Gender Equality. They'll also be taking us through the commissioners from CGE, executives from Transnet, members of the Portfolio Commission, Transport, support staff, teams from and reps from various political organizations that have joined. I take this moment to welcome all of you this morning to this particular platform, and wish and hope we're going to have a fruitful discussion. Without wasting time, I'm going to request Valerie that you take us through the apologies so that we know who is not here and for what reason. From there, without wasting time, because we are pressed for time today, given the number of items that we have, we'll then move swiftly to process the first item of the agenda. Valerie, over to you.
Good morning. Chair, apologies were received from Dr. Hunsinger and Mr. Blosse, who has organizational commitments today. There was also an apology from the Minister, who will be attending a meeting of the National Security Council today. So those were the only apologies received so far, Chairperson. And Chair, just to add from the Commission on Gender Equality, an apology was received from the Deputy Commission Chairperson, and the Chairperson of the CGE will be online, but is feeling a little bit fluish. So Commissioner Mogane will lead the delegation today.
Valerie, I missed your last word. I think you got cut towards the end.
Yes, there was an apology from the Deputy Chairperson of the CGE Chair.
Okay, no problem. That's noted. Is there any member who's carrying with him the apology of any other member? I know Honorable Maduna is supposed to be here, but in Scopa, if we can record his apology. And is there any other apology? And is the DM here? If he's not, then we'll request the chair of Transnet and together with the team or whoever is accountable from Transnet to lead the discussion and open up. Thanks very much. Colleagues from Transnet, the platform is yours.
Good morning, Chair. It's Michelle Phillips here, the Group Chief Executive. Am I audible, Chair?
Yes, you are audible, ma'am.
Oh, thank you very much, Chair. And good morning to the committee. Chair, we have with us in the room, it's members of the Transnet leadership team, myself and Dr. Andrew Shaw and the GCOO and GCFO. And then we have the team from the Transnet Rail Infrastructure Manager, which is really, I think, what the session is about today in terms of the request. So we have requested the Chief Executive of the Rail Infrastructure Manager, Mr. Moshe Motlowi, to then go into the detail of the presentation. If we can share the screen, the presentation. I think that everybody has it. So, Chair, we will essentially give an overview of why we are where we are at in terms of the reforms, those documents that has required that the what we knew as Transnet Freight Rail then be split into Transnet Rail Infrastructure Manager and Transnet Rail Operations. And then we will go into, of course, the policy matters. And as the chair is aware and the committee is aware, we are, as Transnet SOC, the implementers of government policy. And we'll indicate then the route that was followed that got us to where we are at. And then subsequent to that, Mr. Motlowi will then take us through the private rail operators that have joined the system, why those interventions have been necessary, and then we will take the committee through the road to rail strategy. I'm going to request Dr. Shaw to present the first slide. Dr. Shaw is in the room. Andrew, the first slide that deals with the policy instruments that have led to the establishment of the Rail Infrastructure Manager. Thank you, Chair. We can then proceed.
Thank you very much, and good morning to all the honourable members. So I'll just present this slide, which deals with the policy reform and the changes and why we've got to the outcome where TFR and TRIM have been separated originally from the initial Transnet Freight Rail operating model. So pre the reform, on the left-hand side of the screen, Transnet operated an integrated railway with a rail operator and rail infrastructure provider essentially being one entity. What has occurred in the period from probably around 2020 was a policy shift towards opening up the network, and the idea of the policy shift, and it's very similar to what has happened in the majority of international competitor countries, is to allow open access onto the railway network. So to allow other operators to share the network with Transnet, to pay a rail access charge for the use of the infrastructure, and thereby to provide independent rail services. So the policy direction was set out in the White Paper on National Rail Policy in March 2022. And there was a draft rail private sector participation framework set out just after that period of time. In addition to that, there's been at the bottom of the slide, a roadmap for freight logistics reform was set up as a way to fast track reform in the freight logistics sector. And the reason for that was that Transnet had been losing volumes on the rail network, and there was a deep concern that the national economy was suffering as a consequence of inability to deliver the throughput that was required. So these policy reforms were seen as a key element of changing that. And so the roadmap sets in place a program under which the various initiatives around rail port reform were to be established and driven through. And there's a timetable at the back of that document. There's an Economic Regulation of Transport Act, which came into play in 2024, which sets in place a transport economic regulator. But before the transport economic regulator was set in place, there was an interim regulator set in place by the department, which enabled the first round of track access charges to be set. So that set the scene for the post-rail reform process on the right-hand side, which is for the rail infrastructure manager to create network access, to maintain the security of the network, to oversee network safety, and to allocate rail capacity in a fair and equitable way, which is really, I think, the core elements of what this presentation will show, and which the TRIM colleagues will share with the committee. A final element before I hand back GCE is just to say that there is a mechanism of PSPs inside the white paper, which also established the opportunity for longer-term concessions on the network, just to indicate that that is part of the policy reform process. But the focus of this presentation is the enablement of third-party access. Let me hand back, GCE. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We will hand over to Moshe Matlowi, who will take us through the rest of the presentation. Thank you, Chair.
In that order.
Moshe?
Sorry, I was speaking off mic. Thank you very much, Chairperson, GCE, and members of the committee. Can you hear me now? Chairperson, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you. Greetings, members of the committee, Chairperson, and the GCE. Apologies for that glitch. Having been given the context by Andrew Shaw of what has happened, I will take you through the top two blocks of this presentation. The bottom one is what he has given as a context. Here, having to comply with what the policy directive was, we had to look at what needed to be done. Our focus was always on saying we needed to push capacity to enable the country to export to 250 million tons. However, before we got there, we're dealing with an infrastructure that had deteriorated, that was constantly faced with vandalism and theft. And we also had infrastructure that was lying and not being used over time. In order for us to respond to the 250 million tons that we had to enable a stream, which I need to emphasize, stream remains a public enterprise that is owned by the state. We had to look at saying, how are we going to fund the maintenance of this deteriorated network? We had to look at multi-funding strategy, where we would look at government helping us and also looking at getting loans and also looking at means of getting private sector to participate in this regard. But with the understanding that everything that is being done is for us to be the owners of the network and enable the third parties to come in. We had to look at the network that was not being used, which in this instance, we divided our network into two. The A network, which is the one that runs on the 6 main corridors. Then the other one was the B network, where, or it's called branch lines. We had to develop a strategy as to how we're going to treat those areas that are not currently active, that have potential to be used. We then had to look at saying, how are we going to deal with issues of cross-subsidizing in instances where other lines really do not have enough money to remain viable on their own. And we had to look at options of saying, if we're to concession some of these lines, what would that look like within the same spirit of us being state-owned? Next slide. We then had to look at 6 focus areas in the main that are going to help us to drive this reform and enabling open access in no order of importance. The first one was to look at the financial sustainability, saying TRIM has to be sustainable and be able to make its own money so that we can carry our own mandate. And in doing this, we had to engage a number of stakeholders and also look at saying, when we bring in third parties, how are we going to manage the slot management in a manner that is going to make this whole enterprise to be viable. The second one was to look at the infrastructure and service optimization. We developed manuals of saying, how are we going to maintain the network, given that there will be increased traffic, and to make sure that we do not become the part that disappoints the economic growth. The third one was really to look at the safety and compliance, to say, as Andrew has indicated, that there's RSR in place, a rail safety regulator. How are we going to make sure that these parties that are coming in here do comply with the regulations set out within the RSR space and our own regulations? Fourth area was around workforce capability and embedding high performance culture. We had to do a lot of work here to just get our teams to be energized, accepting that split is here, and see that they've got a contribution that is unique, that enables the economy to carry on, and also to enable these third parties to be able to use the infrastructure. So we had to focus on this. The fifth one is around innovation and efficiency acceleration. In this, we had to look at tools that we're going to use to help us to be the infrastructure manager that is geared towards doing this work. We had to look at the rail operation asset management system, integrated train planning system, order to cash, just to mention a few. These are the tools that we want to use to enable those who are going to work on our infrastructure to get the most value, and also find ways of automation of the application for the slots. The last one was to really focus on the infrastructure protection. This is, members of the committee, one of the areas that really is crippling us from time to time. We've got clear cases of sabotage where our infrastructure is vandalized for no reason. Nothing gets stolen, it's just damaged. Then we've got instances where it gets people who come and steal, but then we're focusing on this, and we've implemented a few strategies that we are still rolling out to ensure that we respond accordingly. But in this space, we also have to look at saying, how do you work with communities that are going to help us sustain this infrastructure? And we're casting our eyes on enabling the SADC region to trade as a block. Next slide. Then, as a way of actualizing the statement or the policy directive that of introducing third parties, we had to go through what is called the network statement, which in essence really is an operating rule book, which tells people who are interested in the open access as to how they're going to apply for slots. It had to define the conditions of the network and setting out what is required from rolling stock to safety and staff, where people will understand what are the rules of engagement for them to play in this space. Secondly, we also, on the network statement, carried where we're defining the capacity of the network, looking at each of the corridors, indicating as things stand, how many slots do we have, and also casting our eyes forward as to how many are we going to bring back as we do the maintenance of the slots themselves. We also have come up with an innovative way of saying we are going to allow for ad hoc slots. This probably you'll see on the next network statement coming, where we then say in instances where there are operational hitches from the current operators, or there's a surge of demand from one corridor to the other, how are we going to deal with those ad hoc slots? We also had to come up with commercial framework, which was saying what services is Stream going to have over and above the slots, because we've got quite a substantial portfolio of real estate, which is lying unused. And then we have decided that we have to look at those areas. And also there are services that the infrastructure manager has to have that should be given to all train operating companies without really taking sides. Then the last one was to come up with operating and performance regime as to how are we going to deal with multiple train operating companies, because there is one shared infrastructure, there has to be rules of engagement, and these have to happen daily so that there's no tripping each other from the operators. So that is all contained in the network statement. If we can move to the next slide. We then had gone to market, where we were pleasantly surprised by the response when the network statement went out. We had 25 applications received. Of those 25, 12 were approved. The 12 includes TFR and the ones that we're recently announcing. Now, those that are ready to operate like TFR, they have continued working. The other 11, they are going through the box in the middle, most of them, where there's 4 areas of readiness that they have to go through, which is the commercial readiness, where we are finalizing the details as encompassed on those blocks, technical readiness, and working with rail safety regulation to check that their permits are okay before they can then be allowed to run. They are at different stages of progression within this band, where others are likely to start before the end of this year, where we'll first see the first train running from the Port of Durban to Cato Ridge that is coming, is imminent. Few issues that need to be taken care of so that we can see that first train coming in. Then we also had to look at the corridor launch, where those timetables that would have granted to train companies would be implemented in line with the slots that are given. And like I was mentioning previously, that we're going to have those daily engagement with the train operating companies to look at how the system is working, see where we tweak. We've got all sorts of rules that are meant to enable this system to carry the necessary growth that is required. And we are looking forward to it. And we've been fielding questions from TOCs where we've explained what we're doing, and we're dealing with their questions. So there seems to be anticipation in the atmosphere that this is coming. The next slide. On this, Chairperson, we are just indicating activities that are entailed within the application process as to who does what, those 16 steps. And this, now we've gone beyond this. We're at a stage where we are going to see them deploying their fleet as soon as when they are ready, having met the 4 conditions I mentioned previously. Next slide. We know that we have been upfront about this, that the network is in a state that it is where we've indicated its own limitations, and we have been open to third parties about this so that they understand that what they are getting themselves in. But we also have given them undertaking that as much as it is in that there are interventions that we're doing in line with our annual charts, where we, on rotational basis, attend to each line, look at issues that need to be done. There's a lot of work that has been done in this instance, and we have ramped up how we've been doing the frequency. This year, we've introduced 2 charts per corridor so that we can have at least up to 20 days where we allow the industry and ourselves and the players on the network to calibrate their system and make sure that we do deliver. We also are looking at issues of rolling stock compatibility. We are mindful that others are going to get rolling stocks from elsewhere. Hence, we have put those blocks that it has to comply with our network and give us comfort that they're not going to bring rolling stock that is going to degrade our infrastructure. So we're looking at that. Safety and compliance is a non-negotiable. Again, this is where working close with RSR and the potential TOCs to make sure that there's great alignment on this. We also, as TRIM, are looking at a system that is going to be an overall system that will then tell us the profile of each of the operators, where were they trained, when are they due for licensing, their record history, the level of fatigue, how long they've been working, so that we're able to get comfort that nobody overworks people on the infrastructure and that we are able to get the best compliance we can. Then, of course, there are KPIs for each of the corridors and sections, which we are also going to put out on the next network statement for people to understand what they are contracting to. And these will be adjusted as the network gets better. Next slide. We have on this slide mentioned, we confirmed on the 13th of May, I think that was the day where we now unveiled the 11 additional train operating companies. If I were to mention, this is a mix of capabilities and strengths. Some of them are local companies. I can mention just one. There's a company called Sharp Logistics. This is owned by a 32-year-old African brother, youngster, who is coming from a mining family. There's one that is owned by a Black woman, again, under 50 years of age. Then there are seasoned operators within the space. So as we're going through the process, we have to make sure that really this selection does comply with our own rules, but we're encouraged by the interest and qualification from people coming from different spectrums along this. And the other point of interest, members, if I may mention, we also have big players such as your MSC, Greenrod. These are big players that are in the logistics space, but the significance of them, when I looked at the information, these are the people who are also running fleet of trucks. And their transition into rail, it does help us with the narrative that we're not here to displace trucks completely. The trucks are going to do the last and the first mile, depending which direction the cargo is moving. And this then illustrates that there's opportunities. And within the same space, it is our drive to allay the fears from the trucking fraternities that as the network gets improved, opportunities arise. They've got an opportunity of forming consortiums that could really start throwing their head in the ring and transition from truck owners to where there's a consortium that looks at opportunities that are coming here, because it is our intention that as a state-owned business, we need to enable the South African businesses to grow. And this is what the middle one, the strategic impact of all this, you can see where we then say we're wanting to see how we're going to impact the metrics as indicated in there, and the cargo commodities that are listed there from all these operators, and how they've applied really is looking at areas where they've got different interests and where there's growth, and we have responded accordingly. Next slide. Next one. Thank you very much. If we are looking at this, our eyes have always been on trying to reclaim our lost shine. You would remember that there was a time when Transnet did well and we lost that, but now we are on the drive, and we know that chief amongst those is us having to bring back cargo that is on road. It must come back to rail, and we've identified the rail-friendly commodities as indicated there, where we then say we needed to have this shift happening. We are beginning to see improvements coming from those areas, and that improvement coming is beginning to have an impact not only in the bulk commodities, but also the shift happening within the general freight category, where we are beginning to impact the economic space. We're beginning to lower the cost of doing business. You would recall that there was a study done by Professor Jan Havenga, which was saying in a day logistics were costing the economy R1 billion. Then that was revised to 750. That number has been revised down since we have started making this. And we are seeing that there's operational benefits coming through. Of course, we are growing, but not at the pace we would have liked to be, but it is encouraging given all these other challenges that we're dealing with. And on the ESG, we also are beginning to have an impact showing in as far as those areas of interest are concerned. Next slide. Here we just want to demonstrate that we have been moving from the 147 million tons the previous year, 160, this year just touching 168. And we then say we are intent on going to 180 million tons. And however, the way things are, we might have a challenge of not getting there by 2029 because there's that 82 million gap. But we need to work hard to make sure that that does happen. And investment is key, and the speed of execution, and also working with all stakeholders. We need to isolate people that are vandalizing our network and people that are stealing. We've got the road to recovery that is captured in there, and the impact chairperson, and we then are indicating what needs to change, where we say these third parties, when they come in here, we have had long conversation with our unions that this is not about taking TFR slice. It is about saying what gap exists there. How soon can we get to where the country has to go? And hence, we then have seen that all of them, they say they can move 20 million tons in the foreseeable future, and that's where we're looking at. We hope that that gets materialized so that we can really ramp up and get close to the numbers that we have. And then next slide. This picture, if you're looking at the truck, you will then see the number of trucks that we have started to shift off the road because of what the single operator for now TFR has done. There is a noticeable decrease in terms of trucks. Those who are dialing from the port of Richards Bay, it would always be a mess getting in here, but we can see the improvement where we're beginning to reduce this. And we emphasize this again, is not a threat to trucking businesses. It is for them to play in a particular part of the value chain, the first and the last mile. And as Stream, we have taken out some of the sightings out to market, and the view is to open those so that they become consolidation points for various mining houses where these trucks can run from mine to the sightings, and then you get the stuff loaded onto the train. So everyone has got an opportunity within the same space. Next slide. There are interventions that are underway that are meant to help us to deal with the issues that we have mentioned. One was, we said, the operational instability. Some is coming from us having challenges with power, In some cases, locomotives are aging. Then I've mentioned the security issues, and the impact is high as indicated in there. But there are also issues that we need to deal with them, where we're looking at how do we work with private sector so that we don't have to carry assets that we should not be carrying, and allow people who've got an appetite who can do it better than us to come in. But again, helping the value offering from Transnet so that it can go in there. We working within the capital constraints, prioritizing capex, and we've done the assessment of the lines where we've used a machine that have been scanning the network, telling us what needs to be done, and that information gets fed onto our system of planning so that the budget can respond to this. And we also find areas where we're going to be collaborative, and we really are looking at lowering the debt within us as TRIM, and it's something that we're looking at. Hence, we are looking at the cash and the cost optimization, and we've been doing well in some areas, but we can do better. Next slide. Thank you, Chairperson and committee members. There has been the service improvements that have been noted in line with what we're trying to do here. The reliability and stabilization of the system that can be seen. The cycle time is getting much better. The rolling stock discipline in terms of how TE and operators are coming in. It is of interest to us because if there's non-compliance, it means our infrastructure is going to be degraded. We also have been looking at issues of pricing, where our commercial teams have to make sure that really we do give customers the best value they can get from our infrastructure, and get contracts that are really helping both parties so that there's no hogging of capacity without consequence, and looking at the issues of getting solutions that are customer-led. In this instance, we do have what we call CCP, Customer Collaboration Policy, and the MCA, Mutual Collaboration agreements, where there are things that customers can do better than us. We do allow such to happen because it is all in the interest of making sure that we are able to save South Africa. Like I've mentioned, this we have seen good collaboration with the mining houses, Kumba, the customers to Richards Bay, the coal, and we also are having strong interface between TRIM and TNPA, as all these railway lines, they converge at the port, and it is then important that as the two regulators who are in sync and make sure that what comes from the mine does crosses the quay wall, and what comes from the quay wall that does get to the shelf, so that we can assist this economy to move. We really are open and clear in areas where we want private sector participation. It is meant to help us use this infrastructure. I did mention earlier on about the B networks. In it, we are engaging the agricultural communities to look if there's no interest in them in getting some of these lines working so that we can feed onto the main corridors. We have also have a sister OD, LISCO, which is also helping us to de-risk our business by saying whatever excess fleet that we carry can then be let out to people who can then really make use of it. That is also lowering the barriers to entry for new players in. And as TRIM, we've got a close working relationship so that we do not frustrate their endeavor of bringing new parties on board. Next slide. Now, here are the 6 targeted initiatives that we want to sustain for us to have this. One is the export of coal, and we can see we're doing well there, where we're piloting really to get even longer trains on this corridor. The ore line is also on green. Manganese, we want to increase this. There's challenges. Some of them, they go back to cases of theft, also around Kimberley area, that does inhibit what goes to the Eastern Cape, but we are focusing on this, and those are interventions that the operating division, TFR, is focusing on, and us enabling the infrastructure. Optimization of people, I did mention that we really are looking at this as a way of keeping our employees energized. We make sure that we get them to get their tools, collaborate with unions, and we have been doing nationwide roadshow to explain what this is and what it is not. And I think we're getting that message through, that TRIM is not about privatizing, but it is about just opening up infrastructure to others who are going to work alongside. And from this, we have been drawing lessons from successful split that happened within the port, though in a slightly different context, but that it is possible that you can operators that get more profitable when they are on their own and they start performing. Then digitalization, I did mention of the technology that we have to have in order for us to manage 12 operators and to give visibility to them of what is going on so that they can plan. And also in some instances, we're looking at monetizing some of the capability we have in this space where the ICT, we've got fiber that we really are putting out as part of the PSP so that we can make money, retain some for our own operation. Then the fleet plan that we have, again, to say we need to get the best service we can get from the OEMs that are going to help us to have the fleet that is going to be beneficial to the economy of South Africa, as it would also be in sync with the technologies that we're trying to install here. Next slide. Now, this is just the recovery pathway focusing on operational stabilization of each of the corridors. And what we're doing is ranging from 0 to 3, where there are things that we are now doing immediately as we speak here. And those really, they are about making sure that the trains run, there's less disruptions, and there's improvement of locomotive availability. TFR does this mostly in TE, but as an infra manager, we are interested in making sure that our network does not lie idle. 3 to 6 to 9 months, there are those areas, again, as they are captured. I take it that the report was read, where we're looking at having better turnaround times. And again, I'm saying, talking to lawmakers, that we are seeing increasing cases of disturbances in some of the communities with the advent of local government elections, where some people want to be leaders, and every time there's something that does not sit well with them in whatever settings, they go to the nearest railway line just to put pressure. We've had this in Gqeberha and in Ulundi. So it's something that I think it needs to be noted, and it can be corrected if we work together. Productivity throughput up to 18 months. And this is where we're looking really at improving the cycle time. And at that time, we're looking at having some of these TOCs coming on stream. And that's where we're at. Then the other one is just beyond 18 to 24 months, where now we say the AI is supposed to really help us to enable most of these things, because as we are talking about doing the rollout of those, but the impact will be felt then. Then going towards the last slide. Next slide, thank you. From where we're sitting, we think we've been successful in as far as the open access is concerned, and we're encouraged by the signs we're seeing on the migration of cargo from road to rail, and the collaboration between the infrastructure manager and TFR, and we are engaging the new ones to make sure that we continue on that spirit. It has not been easy. It has its own tensions, but those are tensions that are meant to make the system work better. We have now finalized the issues of slots. As I have mentioned, we're looking forward to get those, and we're at a stage now where we're going to really do the joint execution, getting others to come in here. And as we're sitting here, the grant that we got, BFI funding, we're putting it back into the infrastructure upgrade and our own budget that we're putting in. And as we do that, we also are saying, what benefit are we getting if we're spending so much money, where it is quantified, how many speed restrictions are you going to move, and so forth. Increased capacity is something that is going to come in. And we want to promote sustainable practices. And we believe that this is what is going to grow the economy. And we've been looking at how, if you go into the next slide, before we read it, how we've been impacting the mining sector. Next slide. Thank you very much, sorry. On this, the scope for collaboration with investors and customers, one, where we're calling for investors, and the investment areas are directed by us. And the underlying line is that this is to be, you're investing in this state asset whose ownership is going to remain with the state. Even where private guys are investing, we also would then say, these are the rules that you need to comply with, in as far as you don't invest and hawk the use of that capacity to yourself. It has to be released to the greater economy. Security initiatives, we're working with industry, and we think we can do more here besides industry, law enforcement agencies. At some stage, I was frustrated saying, why don't you call the defense force to come in here? Because there are these frustrating acts of sabotage. We're beginning to see criminal justice coming in. There's a guy who was sentenced to 7 years yesterday for stealing fuel. So we're beginning to crack into this space, but more could be done. Efficiency improvement programs. This is where most of these are going to come from collaborating with the TOCs. And we believe that this competition is going to bring best practices where people will not sit on their laurels. They will understand that they have to fight for their bread. Collaboration at the industry level is coming through. And in this instance, we looking at take the port of Saldanha, which has got restrictions in terms of how much tonnage you can push there because of dust emission. It is my view that that was imposed a few years ago. A lot has changed in the industry in terms of how they treat iron ore. Some comes clean, there's dust suppression intervention. So we really want to work with industry and get to the appropriate department to see if those cannot be changed. Yeah, then the next slide, already on it. This is now on the targeted policy intervention that will enable funding and security. At the policy level, really, we're looking forward to the finalization of the National Rail Bill so that we can have an act. You can tell that I'm from the port, so that we've got an equivalent of the Port Act. Continue to have alignment between rail reform and economic regulations. These are the areas where we say they have to be completed. On the funding side and investment, the expanded blend of the PSP mechanism for each of the network, as we are going to be taking the NATCO out as part of the PSPs and the manganese line. We need to refine those areas as we're going out. Security, I've mentioned, is something that I cannot overemphasize. We really need to focus on this because it is really something that is a value destroyer. Whatever money we put back, if we have to go and replace what has been vandalized, it's not taking us forward as a country. That's where I will pause, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. That is the presentation. We'll hand over back to the committee.
Thank you very much. I'm going to allow members to come in and ask questions. Thank GCE. Honorable members, if you can now raise your hands. Is your platform now, Honorable Ghana? Your hand is noted. There were many on the platform today, so I'll take time to scroll down and to see whose hand is also up. Honorable Malmaja. Honorable Ngopane. Yeah, Honorable Vilagazi. Honorable Ghana, you can start. Honorable Ghana.
Thank you very much, Chair. And thanks for the presentation. I just want to ask a couple of questions. One, as it relates to the, these 11 train operating companies, I want to check whether the assessment in terms of their profit making, what is the volumes that they need to carry so that they make profit? Whether that assessment has been done, or it's being left to them to say that you are going to operate. If you make a profit, you make a profit. If you don't, then you don't. And if they are given a slot in a particular corridor and they go out of business, what then happens in that particular? Second one, which is related to that, it's there's this the volume around the 24 million ton that it's expected to be carried by these 11 operators. Who's currently carrying that? That 24 million ton that's expected to be carried by these operators. Who's currently carrying that? Is it the road freight and so forth? And in this operation, Chair, in this operation, from the Transnet side, does the volume that the Transnet carries increases or stays the same in this new scheme? And how does Transnet's volume increase whilst also these operators are increasing? And the last one is it relates to the infrastructure. I heard that the state of the infrastructure has been shared with the train operating companies. When all is said and done, the responsibility of the infrastructure, does it remain with TRIM, or these train operating companies will also invest in the infrastructure side of things? Because I'm trying to assess in terms of the last line, how does Transnet benefit out of this arrangement? Chair, I'll pause there and allow other members to come in. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ghana. Thanks very much for progressive questions. Honorable Ngopan.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Chairperson, I'm in a very deep rural area where my network connectivity is giving me some challenges. May I not show my video?
In the order.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Chair, thank you so much, and let me appreciate the presentation that has been eloquently provided to us. And there are key matters that we need to look at. Some of them relate to rail volumes that have been recovered, and also the key constraints that include infrastructure conditions, locomotive availability, scrutiny disruptions, and funding challenges. Also interventions that include fleet recovery, digital tools, and so forth and so forth. Now, my direct questions to the team would be, the first one, the document, as I've said, outlines the road to rail strategy. Now, what are its primary strategic objectives, and which targeted commodities and cargo types are prioritized for modal shift? The second question would be, actual rail volumes recovered from 151.7 MT in 2023-24 to an estimated 168 MT in 2025-26. But there's still a gap that remains to reach the 250 as targeted by 2029-2030. Now, my question is, what are the main reasons for deviations from the recovery path, and what mitigating actions are being taken? Then my last question would relate from the report as identified the several operational and structural constraints, including infrastructure, reliability, locomotive availability, and scrutiny, and security disruptions, as I've mentioned earlier on. Now, my direct question to that would be, which interventions are being applied to address each of these constraints? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thanks very much. Thanks very much. Honorable Vilakazi, if you can come in.
Thank you, Chair. Give me a moment, Chair. My apologies. Thank you, Chair, and good morning, colleagues. And thank you for the presentation. Just trying to sort myself out with my notes here and the questions that I had put down. But Chair, I just wanted to check. So firstly, one of the things that occurs to me is that the presentation mentioned that Transnet has lots of real estate. And it occurred to me that indeed that's true. And I'd like to find out what's the plan for housing, which one sees a lot around the country. I live in KZN, wherever I travel, there's lots of dilapidated housing, and much of it is said to belong to Transnet, and it's along the railway lines. Some of it might still even have people living in it, and some has been vandalized. What is the plan? What is Transnet's plan around that? Is it going to be revitalized? Is it going to be abandoned? And also on the question of trucks, we've seen how these transport initiatives can meet with resistance from road operators or from other operators. I've seen this with the taxis and bus rapid transit projects. You mentioned companies such as Green Road, I think it is one of those who've been granted these concessions and who also operate trucks. But I think for the majority of truck operators, they do not have the capacity to scale up and do rail. You did mention co-ops or I can't remember the term that you used, that these smaller truck companies can form to participate in rail. But I wonder to what extent that is reasonable and realistic. So my question really is, what is the plan to address those concerns of the smaller truck drivers who have invested a lot in these trucking businesses that are now going to be required or might be forced to downscale? And on that note, again, you mentioned there was a slide that I didn't quite follow. You were talking about reduction in truck volumes, but to me, there seemed to be an increase. I wasn't sure whether it's an increase in the number of trucks reduced, but if you could just explain that slide again. And I live in Durban, on the N3 or along the N3 near the Peacevale area where there's currently this Sunrail work going on. And that work is justified because the number of trucks there, even in the 10 or so years that I've lived there, has just continued to grow at an amazing rate. Also driving up the N2 towards the north, I do not really see this reduction. Can you just please clarify what you meant. And if you could give us the numbers, or if you could give me the numbers for KZN in terms of truck loads on the roads, either increasing or decreasing, I'd appreciate it. And then one of the things that I hear the presentation and I can see the passion and the positivity in the presentation, but the backdrop here is that Transnet is currently loss-making. I know that over the last reported financial year, the loss was less than the year before, but it's still in the billions. And the fact remains that the company is still loss-making. So how do you see these initiatives taking place if the infrastructure manager is itself not financially viable, if maintenance is difficult to fund, and also you've said yourself that these new entrants are going to take time to build up. Some are only going to start operating from next year, and some of them maybe this year. So with these financial constraints, to what extent really is this plan viable? And then as I go towards the end, we have this plan to 250 million tons by 2030, and we are far behind. We are far behind that plan. Now, once again, coming to the financial side of things, what tonnage makes Transnet profitable, or the freight side of the Transnet business? What tonnage is it that we need to hit to make Transnet profitable, or is Transnet still going to continue to get into further debt and possibly more state bailouts? Just so if you could just explain to us the financial viability of the organization in light of these targets for tonnage, that would be appreciated. Thank you, Chair. I'll leave it there at this point.
Buvilakazi, you can come in, Honorable Malmaja.
Thank you, Chair. Let me start by appreciating the good report in a form of presentation. It really brings life, especially where there's been a lot of challenges. I think in this case, it's not far from providing solutions. Because indeed, if you go around the country and check, you will realize that Transnet need help. And what other thing that makes me more comfortable is the explanation of concession vis-a-vis privatization. I think that alone, it assists the nation to understand what Transnet is doing. Chair, I will want to be varnished with reasons that they will convince the nation that indeed due diligence were done, especially when you deal with a situation where a 32-year-old boy is going to come in. And I'm not doubting the capacity of the young people, not in particular, I mean youth in particular. I'm just saying some other things really will need to convince the nation so that we don't just find ourselves in headline of every newspapers, including those who are just starting. And if found to be correct, we really need to promote such. Also, very much impressed to see the women coming on board. Chair. Putting a rider on one member who questioned the houses along the railway. It is also a land that is lying there, not used. And we've got a lot of cooperatives imagine cooperatives who are looking for land to try and make a living. Now, the question will be to the presenters. Does this mean that they too can have an access to this land and utilize this land for other business, as Honorable Ghana was saying, the deviation of agreement where you find that a partner decided to utilize the platform for other things, as I'm putting right out to that. I will be very much happy if such can be clarified so that we don't find ourselves to be online with something that has got some question. The land, the vast land that is owned by Transnet, and if it is not part of the deal, at what point does the entity intend to also allow private investors to come and utilize this land for the benefit of the economy of our country? Another question will be, what is the key implication of establishing TRIM as the neutral infrastructure manager, and how does it differ from the Transnet Freight Rail TFR new role? Because sometimes you duplicate roles. Sometimes you come with the council, if not structures, but if you check, it's only the name that changed. I think deal with us. Also, the report states that TRIM has concluded rail access agreement with 11 new train operating companies. Which strategic corridors are covered? And what are the key implications of this milestone for South Africa's rail reform programs? You know, sometimes, Chair, when we are on the platform, we are watched by millions. And if these are not outlined, it becomes a prompt clue. You find that people have got expectation, only to find that they are not part of that. As I continue to say, the presentation highlights a 16-step process for private rail operators access. What are the main stages of these processes? Where do key rate tests? You see, the commercial, technical, safety operation normally occurs there. What are the 4 major constraint areas currently limiting the scaling of third-party access? And what intervention does TRIM, the new Luan, have undergone for each and every one of that? With that, Chair, I welcome the presentation and I would like to call.
Thank you very much, honorable members, for questions. I think I'll also take some few questions so that when you come to respond, the Group CE and the team, you're able to respond to all the questions collectively. One, you indicated that you have contracted thus far 11 operators. The question is this the end? Are we going to see another window of you bringing others, or this will be the operating companies? How long will they be operating? What are the terms in terms of the contract? They are going to operate for eternity. Where maybe you might have captured that, but I've not picked that in the presentation. How long is this contract? Beneficial to the survival of Transnet. How to TFR? How is this assisting you in your survival endeavor? What I want to understand is, are they going to be, as much as they're operating on the rail, are their contribution to you, are you projecting it as an intervention that will assist the company to grow? You have indicated the number of tonnages that they are going to be contributing, which we appreciate. You have also indicated that you have amongst them a young South African of 32 years. But what one would want to know is that when you advertise in terms of your requirements, do you have transformative indicators or the transformative requirements in terms of this allocation that you are making, or it's a finder, whoever find it is good for us all? We may want to know that. Say these operators are operating on your infrastructure. What are agreements in terms of maintaining the infrastructure, especially in cases where there might have been an incident? Who bears the cost of maintenance of the infrastructure in that type of a situation? So whether it's a TFR, it's yourselves as Transnet will carry that, or they have to compensate for any damage that happens in the process. All in all, for competitiveness, do you see this reducing the cost of the users of the users in terms of the cost of ferrying the goods, because that's important for profitability and for the economic survival of the country? If Donald is plowing maize and is decided to use this type of operators as we go forward, I know for now you have consolidated them to specific corridors, and you would have indicated that. I did not hear you indicating that, but I would imagine that the other sectors we may still onboard them, agriculture, forestry, as we move forward. Now, related to that, if I'm in forestry, and I'm to use these means to forward my things to the port and out of the country, do you see this as a cost beneficial? Will I save more? The miners who are using this method, are they saving more? Are they likely to profit more? And we see them even expanding their operation because of this type of intervention. If you could assist us there. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm not sure I see some hands, or do we answer these ones?
Yeah.
You can answer, and then we'll then request, I see Ms. Kobe and Mr. Ghana. They came in later, but I will allow them an opportunity to ask. Maybe let me allow them to ask so that you can come once and for all. Ms. Kobe?
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning to yourself, the department, and honorable members. Chair, firstly, as well, I'd like to join my colleagues by welcoming the report. Chair, mine is a very simple one. I think I've got within the presentation, there were mentions of security vulnerabilities and issues. And Chair, my questions relates to that. I'd like to know, because there is a shared understanding that when we bring in the private sector players, what they'll do is they'll assist in terms of capacitation, but and we have a shared benefit in that regard. But I just want to understand, with regards to a transfer of risk, particularly the security risk of continuous cable theft, rail component vandalism. In that regard, does Transnet, as the state, take what's the ratio of responsibility in terms of lining up security all the way through the corridors? And I ask this because I know that the private sector wants to maximize in terms of its profitability, but it barely wants to absorb the risk and also, taking on the liability that might present itself. So how is that ratio between the state and the private sector players rationed between them? And also, Chair, how do they then determine where to put the security? So for example, there are other corridors that would be busier than others, and I'm sure because there's a maximization of profitability in that regard, they wouldn't mind bearing the brunt or responsibility of security. But what about on other corridors that aren't as profitable and aren't as busy? How does then the state negotiate taking on the responsibility and cost of security in that regard, where they wouldn't tend to be as busy or as profitable as the other corridors? And Chair, maybe also at the end of life, with the asset, I just want to understand, do we have a model like we had with the Gautrain where at the end of a particular time after the PSP has entered, they can then transfer the asset back to the state? What do we have as an agreement in terms of that? And how do we have in terms of capacitation of the personnel that can assist at the end of life of the asset? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Mr. Gama, on that note.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. Good morning to the presenters. I'm on the road, so I'm not going to be able to show my picture because it's going to interfere.
Okay, no, you can proceed without the picture. It's fine.
Thank you very much, Chair. As you know, I am a proponent of looking at things from the total system. I need to understand that as we move from central infrastructure coordination and operations, which is what we call a network business, into a diversification of rail operators, which is vertically separated business with 11 operating companies. We have not been informed what each of these 11 operating companies will be doing in these 5 corridors. What commodities will it carry and what volumes will it carry, and whether these volumes that it carries is going to make them profitable. We have a situation where TFR carries some 170 million tons as we speak. And from a total system perspective, rail is driven by volumes. So an operating company will make money the more volumes that it has. So the break-even points, have they been determined for each of the corridors and for each of the commodities? And if not, why not? Do we not bear the brunt of an increasing logistics risk in a country where we do not have the kind of volumes that would be carried by more than 3 or 4 key train operating companies? Because I think what happens here is that we've gone and had a look at Canadian and big country rail systems, and we forgot to look at what is the break-even point for train operating companies in order for them to become sustainable going forward. And we keep saying we want to do 250 million tons. 10 years ago, in 2016, we did 226 million tons. Why are we not saying we want to do 600 million tons? What is the catchment? What is the rail catchment? What is available for rail out there that can be done so that a proper road to rail system can be understood in its total context? Why do we say we'll do 250? How much of what TFR is currently handling will now be taken over by these new entities? And what is the implication for Transnet and its balance sheet in terms of that? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Gama. Colleagues, Michelle and the team, we can come.
Thank you very much, Chair. I will try to respond to some of the questions and then I'll hand over to Moshe at the TRIM team. So, Chair, I think just as a general point, there's been a lot of talk about this 250 million ton target. Mr. Gama will recall, Honorable Gama will recall, as he mentions, that in 2017, 2018, we were moving 226 million tons as Transnet on its own. Now, over the years, and we've indicated in the presentation, the deterioration of the network that we've experienced. The result of that was the eventual 149 million tons that we were able to move in 2023. Of course, a sharp decline from the 17-18 number, but the decline really started from 2018-19 until 22-23. And then, of course, in the years subsequent to that, we were able to take the volumes up to 151, and in fact, arrest then the 5-year decline that we had been experiencing. The bottom line, Chairperson, on this in the rail business is that the more volumes you move, in fact, the cheaper it should become. There was a question about cost. The cheaper it should become for all, for the logistics system and the users and for the country as a whole. Now, we believe that the 250 million tons that's the first target. Let's call it the first phase of us growing as a business, not only from a Transnet perspective, but from a total logistics network perspective. You will probably see, and if the committee has had a look at the National Rail Master Plan, where we are talking about a catchment number of around 310 million tons. So that's an indication of what is out there. We know that a lot of the volumes, particularly in the GFB area that we have lost, is on the road. And we believe that if we place the road users or the trucking companies in the right areas, then we will be able to get more product onto rail, cheaper, make the logistics system cheaper for everybody, but at the same time, still have that place for trucking companies to be able to integrate themselves into, once again, the total logistics system. There was a question around, so I think Moshe will add more in terms of this diversification of rail operators. We do believe that with all of the work that's been done, the 250 million tons, as we've indicated, I think in past sessions, is a country target. This is an SA Inc. target. Unfortunately, with the situation that Transnet finds itself in, we know that on our own, we are not able to move 250 million tons, and that the private sector has been engaged to, as a first step, to get us to the 250 million tons, to in fact take up the gap that we see, whilst we as Transnet are pushing to try to get to the 180 million ton target. Chair, I'm going to jump around a bit, and then I know Moshe and the team will respond to everything else. There was a question about well, in fact, there was a statement that Transnet is currently loss-making, and we've tried to put some of the interventions here on the presentation. Yes, Transnet is currently loss-making. It is quite unfortunate that, I suppose we'll come back, Chair, once we've completed our audit. We are in a closed session at the moment, but we are confident that, in fact, we will be able to come to the market with much better numbers at the end of this particular financial year. The bottom line is we have to be making upwards of the 180 million ton number in order for Transnet to be profitable. It's not only about the movement of volumes. In fact, as we speak, and this is why we've had, from a Transnet perspective, had to do quite a lot of work on the balance sheet optimization, as well as our interest finance costs and depreciation charges. At the EBITDA level, Transnet will make EBITDA, and then you find that a lot of the profits that we do in fact make is wiped out by finance costs and depreciation. We are dealing with the depreciation numbers, and then at the same time, on the finance costs, there's been a lot of work done. Now that we do have government guarantees, it has allowed us to be able to renegotiate some of the very onerous loan agreements that have been in place for a number of years now, probably from around 2012-13, if I'm not mistaken. Extremely onerous loan agreements. We've been able to, with the use of the guarantees, we've been able to remove some of those onerous covenants. We've also been able to reduce the finance costs, and we've also been able to deal with the tenure of some of those agreements. So it is more than just the movement of volumes, but of course we continue to push the target. Currently 108, 180 is the target, but we would want to see ourselves in the 200s sooner rather than later, whilst we still have the private operators being able to move some of the gap. The issue about TFR and TRIM and how are things different now? Look, very simply, the infrastructure manager is expected to deal with the network, the maintenance of the network, the state of the track, the rehabilitation of the track, to enable train operating companies to move their cargo without the risk of derailments, and ensuring that these trains move and that the cycle times are reduced so that we can, in fact, utilize the full capacity that we have available on these rail lines. TFR, what we traditionally now knew as TFR, is now purely the operating company. So its focus is the movement of commodity with its rail fleet, and it has to ensure that it moves these commodities to the satisfaction of all of our customers that we currently have. I'm going to then hand over to Moshe and the team to respond to some of the other questions. Thank you, Chair. Moshe?
Thank you very much, GCE Chairperson and committee members. Thank you for the opportunity. I will also try and deal with the questions. I think the issue from Honorable Ghana around the assessment of volumes, I think the GCE did touch it. But what we did, which I want to emphasize, is that for all the applicants, we insisted that they should not just only claim that they've got cargo. They needed to have letters of commitment from where they're going to get the product from, so that we know that we've got people who are coming with real numbers. And we also wanted to look at the lifespan of that particular area and say, they don't just inflate their numbers. We had to do that. What we do with the slots, if somebody falls by the wayside, as it would happen with many businesses, we have introduced the ad hoc system, which is the one I was mentioning. In that instance, if Moshe is unable to run a train, then we might as well call on Michelle, give Michelle this ad hoc dispensation for her to deploy her train so that the customers do not get stranded. Our commitment is that the decision to grant the ad hoc slot should be done within 3 to 21 days. This has been communicated so that we don't have idle capacity. Who carries the 24 million tons that is going to be carried by these clients? It is an incremental number. It's not going to be deducted from the current performance. It is a number that we want to see going forward. So hence we had to call and say, where are we getting these numbers from? So we then say, when they come, we should see this jump from the 180s to a number beyond that. But of course, as I was indicating, we're expecting to see real volumes coming mid next year. Who's responsible for maintenance of the infrastructure? I think Michelle did touch it. Ultimately, TRIM is responsible for the maintenance of infrastructure. If within that process, you've got areas where you've got PSPs coming, but we take accountability for that, because this is what is expected of us. How does Transnet benefit? More than Transnet, we also are looking at saying the country has to benefit first. If we're able to push more volumes, it means that our country is trading more with other countries. And you would have noticed that in the last 3 years, the production or exports volumes from the mines has been growing, meaning that the country is beginning to pick up, even from the tax collection that would have come from that front. There's improvement coming in. And Transnet does benefit in this way, in that we are able to push more product. Because each truck, there was a question from Honorable Villagas, each truck that brings cargo to Richards Bay carries 35 tons, which is nothing compared to what the trains are bringing. So meaning that other operating divisions of Transnet that are handling this cargo are able to process more volumes, because we're now pushing high volumes at low cost, and we also contribute to all these other social economic indicators such as less accidents, reduction of carbon emission, etc., etc. What cargoes that types are prioritized? We've got 6 corridors. Maybe I should have mentioned this. One being Northeast corridors. There we prioritize mostly chrome minerals from Palabora all the way to Richards Bay and Mozambique. Then you've got the corridor that is not corridor, prioritizing coal. Then you've got one that looks at manganese. There's one that looks at general cargo and vehicles. That will be the one that runs from Gauteng to Durban. You've got the iron ore corridor as well, looking at the iron ore and manganese. Mostly those are the main ones, but there was a question asked about others. We have open conversations with industry players in other sectors, such as your agriculture, that includes forestry, and others, where we're engaging them to an extent that we have now opened the request for proposal to run some of the P networks. It is a response to them saying that we've got money that we think can be invested in here. We can run our own fleet so that we can begin to move these products, which is a good development in that it means the cost of moving cargo, Chairperson, you asked this question, is going to be realized by them, because the cost per unit for rail is cheaper than it would be on the vehicle, and the efficiencies are much better. So we've got those conversations. We have recently engaged with the Sugar Association in KZN, where we're having similar conversations about where can they come in. Of course, it's still early days in terms of consideration of what's going to happen. We also have open engagements with the tourism sector. Last year, we were in Southern Cape, where we're signing the choo-choo train. There's one that we've just done in Franschhoek. There's some prospect coming around Mahalis and others. So all these sectors, we then say, in as much as we're looking at these cargoes that I mentioned, but all other things that can be on rail, we are enabling those to happen. The plans around the facilities, as you have said, we have then said, just at a high level, anything along the railway line, TRIM is responsible for. And what we are doing as a concept, we're developing industrial or logistics parks, which are going to enable the interface between road transport and rail transport, and have people setting up facilities that are going to enable them to find this transition from road to rail much easier. And those facilities are being earmarked for that. In areas where there's no immediate interest, we have identified about 17 around the countries that are falling within this category. There are others that we then say we need to understand what needs to be done, and we are going to let those out for up to 5 years whilst we are assessing the market, because our idea is that economic activity has to be done in those, otherwise they are left to vandals and you start having them as breeding grounds for crime. So that's what we're looking at this, because we have to monetize them. They're across the country. We've appointed a general manager whose task is really to go around the country, go pinpoint all of them where they are at, so that we can then deal with these issues. Issues of resistance from road operators is something that we have realized, but we cannot tire from pointing opportunities to them. But I think Michelle did touch it. They are not competing with us. I was once a distribution manager. I made more money if I did more trips per day. So if they're starting to do more trips per day because of the short haul, they begin to have more trips and they get more money. And over time, it's good for the drivers who are not fatigued. It's good for us on the roads. It's good for government to save the road networks. So this thing has to be seen in its totality. Hence, I'm saying, those areas where we're developing, we make them to be friendly so that trucks can bring product from the port to those consultation points and then let it be on rail and vice versa. Not every truck is going to be taken out, but if we don't inform them of these opportunities, they will not know. Hence, we took an intentional stand of even meeting the financing houses, where we explain them what we're doing and say these are the opportunities, so that if there are people who want to transition, it will not be all of them, but if they come in big numbers, they can start getting into the short haul or make more money out of this rail business. You wanted to know if I may give an indication of the trucks you're seeing. On the entry, you'll see more trucks because there was floods that happened in 2022. An area called Bombas, just out of Durban, was washed away. We are busy with the restoration of that. It took that long for us to get to where we're restoring it. As a result, it has taken 50% of that rail capacity on the Durban-Johannesburg line. There's a team as we speak that is working in there to try and restore it. Once we open that, we are going to have 10 more trains running per day in each direction, additional, which then will open opportunities for the shift in that. But if you come into Richards Bay, where I'm dialing from today, I just want to indicate that 3 years ago to the end of this financial year, we have seen a decrease of 66,093 trucks if you're comparing those years, because the port does track them. And it is not because of anything. It's not because the volumes have come down. It's because of the efficiency of rail. We're beginning to impact on this. And as a result, we're exporting more with less trucks. Of course, as we fix the network, deal with issues of crime and vandalism, these numbers are going to come down drastically. But there has been that improvement that has been noted. I think Michelle did talk to issues of Transnet being loss-making. And the viability of this. I think she did touch on that. There was a question from the chair asking if the 12 is the number. Are we going to see more? We are of the view that not much room is available now for new entrants. There could be 1 or 2, but I don't want to say this before the network statement is issued out. But you will see reduced number of slots being made available for that same consideration that we might have reached a point where we need to assess if the system is going to work well. And we want to work with the current ones so that we can optimize our efficiency and give them time to settle. The tenure, we did not mention, let me mention it. On the old network statement, we said 10 years with an option to renew so that they become viable. We have been engaging them, as I've been saying. Again, there's a new tenure that is going to be published on the new network statement. Keep your eyes on it, where we're trying to make it bankable for them, but we still have the same features that those who are doing well, they will have an opportunity to renew. Is the transformation indicators in there? On the new network statement, we have put a paragraph that talks to transformation, that we must have some slot that we keep for transformation so that we know the barriers to entry here are high, but we have to do this. And I might as well touch to the issue of a 32-year-old guy. This guy was assessed in the same table as you would assess the biggest guy. He's really a real deal if you're looking at this. I mentioned this coming from the mining houses. Due diligence was done. Everything that they had to produce, the financial backings, operational efficiency from the mine, because they've been in the business with these old men. So we are comfortable that we got the right deal. Of course, now that we put in this other provision for transformation, that's where we are. The lady who's there has been assessed within the same stringent criteria as it had been applied to everyone. So they can hold their heads up and say that no favors were done to them. There's an issue, who bears the cost? If there are costs of maintenance of the infrastructure, TRIM bears them. I also want to mention, maybe I did not say it here, one of the issues that is going to tell whether TRIM makes money or not is the tension that is there between us and the independent economic regulator. We have requested for a tariff that we think is fair for us, a tariff that is not going to make rail much more expensive. We still are in those engagements. We hope that we'll get something that is much better, because if we get it, it's going to really give us the room to breathe. And we've been very clear in terms of the areas where we feel that the system is skewed. That conversation is happening, and we hope that it's going to be resolved. The shareholder department, they are quite aware of our positions, and we're working close with them to find some resolution in that. I think Michelle did with the issues of to chair. Yeah, I think I dealt with the 12. You see reduction in the cost of freight. Yes, we do, Chairperson. The unit per ton on the truck versus road is chalk and cheese. What we just need to improve here is service, because people are paying premium because at times the trains will not get there on time, not because the trains are failing, because somebody has decided to put obstacles on the rail to cut the railway line. And this is a big area of concern for us. I'm calling that we need to deal with those issues of vandalism. And we have taken a view that we'll also run campaigns in the similar manner that what Rand Water and them are putting those adverts out. We engage in communities, but we cannot exhaust this. We do engage traditional leadership and find ways of dealing with the issues as they arise. I think what Mekobe, you asked around the security risk. The risks are inherent, and there are instances where we've worked with private sectors. In some cases, they've come 50-50 on our cost of security on the North Corridor, because they know they stand to benefit out of this. But with us going through the independent economic regulator, there the security cost is predetermined, and we are still opening our hands up for kind donors to work with us, because the security issue is big. It is bigger than what we can anticipate. We need to work with others to deal with the issues. And of course, there are corridors that are less attractive. I did mention the issues of cross-subsidization. We have to consider, because for this thing to work, the entire network, in as much as there will be 6 corridors or more, at the center, things must hold, because we have to look at the system to what extent are we impacting the economic of the country well. I think Michelle did talk to issues around volumes and others. I've tried, Chairperson, if colleagues, there's something I've missed out, translators, you need to jump in. Thank you.
Yeah, maybe one more, Chair, or maybe 2 points from my side in closing. So, Chairperson, on all matters, I think just as a general point for the committee to understand, all instances of private sector participation, all transactions where Transnet, for argument's sake, will be going to the market to find partners, the assets will always belong and remain within the ownership of the state. Even if we were to concession any asset, at the end of the tenure, the asset returns to the state. That is how we have been transacting in respect. In fact, that is our instructions in respect of all PSPs that we enter into with the private sector. The last one that I want to raise, I think we forgot, is the one about the plan that Honorable Vilakazi raised in respect of housing. So Transnet sits with a residential portfolio, I think currently sitting in excess of 5,700 residential houses. It is not part of our core business. We do have in very few of those houses Transnet employees that are resident. And we have been working on a plan to get the Transnet employees who are resident in those houses to be able to obtain ownership of those houses, those where they are resident in. For the balance of those, and I can tell you it exceeds 5,000 residential properties, we are currently working on, together with hostels as well, we are currently working on a plan where we are saying to, and yes, I mean, we still have to go to our board, it's not yet approved, but we are certainly conceptualizing and working on a plan where possibly human settlements can support us by taking these properties and dealing with them in a way that actually provides for housing for a number of the South African citizens. But it's still a work in progress. We are trying to figure out how best do we deal with those residences. So is the plan to abandon these or revitalize these? We are certainly hoping that we can use these assets to support with the housing problem that we currently have in the country. There have been, and you would have seen, attempts here and there to auction out or sell, dispose of commercial properties, land parcels, anything that we do that is not directly related to the movement of freight by rail. For some other reason, Transnet has over the years acquired quite a lot of property that's not related to the core for the core reason for which we exist, which is actually the movement of freight via rail. So that process is still proceeding, and we're hoping that it can result in something that in fact provides benefit, if not to Transnet, to South African citizens as much as we can. Chair, I'm going to leave it there. That is, I think we've responded to all of the questions. Thank you very much, and thank you to the committee for the opportunity.
Thank you, Michelle. And thanks to Team Transnet. Just something that troubles me, Michelle, with your response on transformation. You said, do I hear you to be saying in the previous statement you did not have transformation requirements?
Chairperson, if I may, we did have it, but this time around, I'm saying it's much more pronounced, Chairperson. And maybe I may take the opportunity to indicate that we say where people will be falling off the bus or slots made available, we want to ring fence those for the transformation targeted players so that we really are clear it could open opportunities for people in the tracking. But we've just gone aggressive on this time around. Thank you, Chairperson. Sorry, there was also an issue that was asked around the main stages of application. I think they were contained in the application where we've got the technical assessment, financial, we're looking at the triple BEE. We will then look at the letter of intents from owners, due diligence, where we did property checks. Last one would be looking at the whole fleet, permits and the kind of fleets, but it is contained in the presentation. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, I hear you. I'll leave it, but maybe I'll follow up with you in writing because I'm not getting satisfactory with your answer in relation to this matter of transformation, which is a very pertinent issue for us. Because when you say you are now explicit on it, it would then mean to me that you are not explicit in the past. But it's fine. I'll do a follow-up in writing, formally in writing, because transformation is non-negotiable, colleagues. It can't be a by-the-way issue. You can't reduce it to just a paragraph and then it must be like that. You have seen what transformation matters almost dealt with us on section, what was that section? Section 59, section 79. We have seen what almost happened with matters when you want to neglect transformation. I don't want us to dwell on each year. I'll formally write a question on it so that you clarify that. But nonetheless, we need to really appreciate how you came clear with this particular report. I think the committee members are now on the same wavelength with you in terms of understanding where we are going in as far as the whole strategy of road to rail and how you are intending to make this thing work and how that will increase the tonnages that we need to work on for the sake of economy. So with this, Michelle, the team, Moshe, and everyone on the platform from Transnet, I want to really appreciate you and thank you very much. We release you and then we'll remain with the Commission on Gender Equality and we'll take it from there. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thanks to the committee as well.
Thank you. Colleagues, if we can now shoot straight because we don't have time. I see we have very limited time. We are going to defer the other reports to the next meeting, Valerie. We'll deal with the CGE now, and then we'll see how we can defer the other reports because I don't think we're going to finish here. But let's see how far we can go for now. And with this, let me welcome the CGE to introduce who's on the platform. commissioners and everyone who's here, and then we take it from there.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Chairperson. Greetings to you, Chairperson, and honorable members, as well as to my colleagues. Thank you so much for affording us this opportunity to be here as a Commission for Gender Equality. I am Commissioner Princess Eureka Mohane, stepping in for our Chairperson. As noted in apologies, she's currently unwell, but we are here as a team, and as well as the apology from our Deputy Chairperson. Without wasting time, I'll quickly just go through and acknowledge my colleagues who are here with us on this call. I'll just be going through as per names appearing on the screen, Chairperson. I want to acknowledge Commissioner van der Merwe, who is here. Commissioner Dr. Naidu is also in. Commissioner Samai is here with us. Commissioner Tele, Commissioner Advocate Gumete, and Commissioner Nematayeni. We also have our Secretariat team, who is our CEO, Dr. Matotoka. We also have our COO, who's here joining in, Patricia Ledwaba Mamecha. And we also have our HOD Legal. Yes, I see you're here, Mr. T.H. Shuping. And we also have our HOD Research, who is Dr. Jamila Hoveni. And then I see also Notemba, who is here from the Office of the Chair too. Thank you so much, colleagues, for joining in on this engagement. Ours here today, Chairperson, is very, very simple. First of all, just to give a bit of background for those who might be watching and asking themselves, who is this Commission for Gender Equality? As stated, we are a Chapter 9 institution, and according to, in terms of the Section 187 of the Constitution, we have been given a mandate as a commission to ensure that we contribute to the strengthening and deepening of our Constitution in South Africa, in regards to promoting, protecting, developing, and ensuring that we attain gender equality itself. Now, one might be asking, what does this report of women in farm workers have to do anything with the Department of Transport? And Chairperson, you know, it has a lot, because for us as a Commission for Gender Equality, or the CGE, it's very important or critical for us to share this report with you because of the impact of poor rural infrastructure, the scarcity of public transit directly intensifying the physical dangers, gender-based violence itself, and even economic exclusion experienced by female farm workers. And I'm so grateful because you are emphasizing, Chairperson, the need for transformation. And for us as a commission, we are coming in with the powers that we have, the monitoring powers, and we have commissioned this research that was actually submitted to you on the 11th of July 2025 after we launched it. And from this commissioning of this research, we had made recommendations that were necessary to Parliament and other authorities to ensure that they zoom in on the lived experiences of women farm workers and its impact. And I'm grateful because key terms were used today: the infrastructural impact, transformation that is required that we need to look into, and having to address gender mainstreaming, because in as much as there are policies, there are laws, there are programs, there are campaigns that are in place, we need to understand, is that gendered lens actually also incorporated into all of those? That is the role that we play as a Commission for Gender Equality. So we are here to actually just share this report, present it to you as well as a committee and to those who are tuning in, and ensure that there's an integration of the gendered perspective into the design, into the implementation, and even monitoring of all these policies and laws, because at the end of the day, we want to ensure that women, men, and gender diverse individuals are accommodated with regards to these infrastructures, with regards to these laws and policies in place, with regards to the rural development that is taking place, the role that the Department of Transport itself has been commissioned for as well. So on that note, Chairperson, I would like to hand over to our CEO, Dr. Matotoka, who will lead us and take us through the presentation. Thereafter, we will take questions, and from there, our commissioners who are also present will be able to engage. I'll hand over to you. Thank you, Dr. Matotoka. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Chairperson of the committee, and good morning to honorable members, commissioners of the Commission for Gender Equality, and the executive management that are here. Chair the HOD research, Dr. Hoveni will be delivering the presentation on behalf of the Commission. And what I would like to say before the actual presentation is that on the side of the Commission, the Commissioner has covered very well in terms of the issues. But I wanted to just add, Chair, that we are particularly interested in strengthening coordination between the transport sector
the agricultural stakeholders, as well as labor enforcement mechanisms to ensure that women farm workers are not left behind in terms of regulatory blind spots. And because we are framing this issue of challenges of women farm workers not as a transport gap only, but a systemic gender inequality challenge within the rural mobility systems. And our presentation chair will then take you through these challenges that we have identified from the agricultural sector, from the labor sector, as well as the transport sector, which, as we are saying, we're interested in strengthening that coordination, because in our view, these conditions do not only affect the mobility to work for women in the main, but they directly undermine the constitutional right to dignity, freedom of movement, safety, as well as equality. With that being said, Chair, then I will ask Dr. Hoveni to then deliver this presentation on our behalf. Over to you, Dr. Hoveni. Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues, CEO of the Commission for Gender Equality, commissioners of the Commission for Gender Equalities, and honorable members. I would like to thank you for this opportunity to present this research study of the CGE. I will switch off my camera. I just wanted you to see my face so that you know that there is someone behind the voice. I would like to just inquire if my slides are visible.
Yes, they are.
Okay, thank you, Komohane. I will be presenting to you a study on the experiences of women farm workers. It is a study by the Commission for Gender Equality, and I'm quite grateful that both the CEO and Commissioner Mohane have sort of laid the context for this study. This is my outline. I will be going through these items and presenting some of the issues that are highlighted in this slide. This is just for your reference. As you know, the CGE is mandated to contribute to the strengthening and deepening of our constitutional democracy in South Africa through the promotion, protection, development, and attainment of gender equality. This is further outlined in the CGE Act of 39 of 1996. This mandate is also articulated further as functions of the CGE, which include investigating inequality, commissioning research, and making recommendations to Parliament and other authorities with regards to the research, investigating complaints on any gender-related issue, and monitoring and reporting on South Africa's compliance with international conventions. So this, with regards to these functions, I just want to focus on the research, commissioning of research or doing research, and present one of our research studies for the previous financial year. I think it's the past 2 financial years. The CGE previously undertook a similar study on experiences of women farm workers in the year 2023-2024. The study that we are presenting today is actually a sequel of the original study on experiences of women farm workers. Women farm workers continue to face serious challenges, including exposure to crime, especially gender-based violence, poor living conditions, and limited access to basic services such as health and education. In South Africa and in this context, we know that women farm workers or women's work in farms is also shaped by their being denied land ownership and control, which also limits their independence and economic security. I also want to put this discussion in the context of women farm workers' contribution to the agricultural sector in South Africa in general, as well as in the region which is Southern Africa. The statistics show that women constitute the majority of those who are employed in farms, in food production, while at the same time they are employed in more sort of precarious conditions as well as menial tasks compared to men. The CGE conducted a study on the lived experiences of women farm workers in selected provinces, which includes KZN, Gauteng, Free State, Western Cape, to better understand these issues. The study specifically focused on 3 agricultural subdivisions, which include field crop sugar, animal products, horticulture, and wine. This is quite important because this is the scope of the study. So we are talking about the experiences of women farm workers in a specific province, in specific provinces, as well as in specific areas, agricultural areas, as outlined in this slide. Sorry. This study, which is an exploratory study on women and gender inequality in South Africa, is another study, provided some data which is a good context for this discussion. It shows that in South Africa, women own only 21% of farmland, while women comprise 52% of seasonal agricultural workforce and 34% of the permanent workforce in agriculture. Having said that, we also, the statistics also show that just 16% of farm workers, farm managers are women. And then among full-time female farm workers, 69% hold administrative positions. So these statistics paint a picture of inequality where, although women comprise the majority of people who are employed in farm and are engaged in agricultural food production, their participation in the agricultural sector is shaped by these inequalities where, for example, only 21% of women own land, where we see that they only comprise 34% of the permanent workforce compared to men, and only 16% of farm managers are women. So women, as I said, are mostly found in precarious types of positions, such as seasonal fruit picking. They are found in administrative positions. They are hardly found in leadership positions. This has shaped the sort of problem statement or the problem that we were seeking to address by looking at the sort of the layered and intersecting challenges that women experience in farm workers, which are challenges that are rooted in the legacy of apartheid, ongoing structural inequality, patriarchy, and gender-based discrimination. Despite, as I mentioned, this critical role that women or undertake in agriculture, they are subject to exploitative working conditions, economic insecurity, and unsafe living and working environments. We have also highlighted the issue of lack of access to land, training, programs, and resources, which limits then their upward mobility, as well as their opportunities to improve productivity and achieve economic independence. We also note that although there are several gender-inclusive agricultural policies that do exist, poor implementation and weak enforcement continue to marginalize women, denying them equal opportunities and meaningful participation in the sector. So this is the problem, this is the context. We then went into, we undertook the study to examine the working conditions experienced by women farm workers, looking at the physical environment, the labor laws, the wages, and access to basic amenities such as sanitation and healthcare in these farms. We specifically wanted to delve into the lived experiences of women working in agriculture, focusing on their daily challenges, their personal stories, and the socioeconomic factors that influence their work life. We also consider issues such as job security, opportunities for advancement, living arrangement, and the impact of cultural norms on their roles within the farming community. The study also aims to investigate the existing mechanisms and policies aimed to promote gender equality on farms or in the agricultural sector. The study was a qualitative research approach which allowed us to gain deeper insight into the complex experiences of women working in vineyards in the dairy sectors. The method also enabled the collection of rich, detailed data, allowing for an in-depth understanding of the perceptions as well as personal narratives. The study, in order to operationalize the study, we employed in-depth interviews and focus group discussions to gather data, allow direct engagement with the participants, and to share their experiences and challenges. This is just information on the sample. So as I mentioned, it is a qualitative study where we interviewed researchers as experts and occupational health and safety specialists. We interviewed trade unionists. We also interviewed farm owners as well as 80 farm workers. We interviewed NGOs and NGO officials, as well as sector association officials. In total, it was a total of 97 people who were interviewed. These are the key findings that emerged from the study. And these findings can be summarized into these 4 or 5 themes. And they are themes that cover issues related to living conditions, working conditions, violence and exploitation, health and safety, as well as access to land and safety. Looking at living conditions, we looked at also housing conditions. And we found that women working in farms live in very deeply troubling conditions which reflect broader structural and gender inequalities in South Africa's agricultural sector. Their housing is usually in a compound-style dormitories, hostels, or up-style dwellings, which lack basic infrastructure, privacy, and safety. Their accommodation is usually overcrowded, it is poorly maintained, and it offers inconsistent access to essential services like water, sanitation, and electricity. Seasonal workers are especially disadvantaged with limited access to resources and no formal housing rights as they come and go, seasonally, depending on harvests and other requirements. Still related to housing conditions, women reported housing facilities that are broken, that are not maintained, and these conditions not only reflect physical neglect, but also a lack of respect for the basic rights of farm workers. While efforts by organizations such as Fair Trade International have been noted as making a positive difference for some in terms of, for example, providing housing, these kinds of improvements are rare and not common for most farm workers. Still, with regards to living conditions, we discuss access to basic services, which remains a significant challenge for women farm workers, as the state's responsibility for service delivery often shifts to farm owners who provide only limited amenities. This, of course, is also as a result of the type of living conditions, the type of housing conditions, the type of context where Many farm workers live on farms and are therefore dependent on farm owners, where the state has shirked its responsibility with regards to providing basic services. While clean drinking water and basic sanitation are sometimes available, electricity access is a major gap. So most farm workers don't have access to electricity, and where electricity is available, they have to purchase it from their own wages, and they therefore exposed to various shocks, economic shocks when prices go up, which affects their ability, their subsistence. The inadequate basic services infrastructure depends the marginalization of women farm workers. With regards to living conditions, we also discussed care roles and family life. And a lot of women reported or spoke about the emotional and physical toll of long working hours, often starting before dawn and ending late at night, which leaves little time for family life. Many women express deep emotional distress at being unable to witness their children's daily routines or milestones. This dual burden of fulfilling work demands and caring for their children results in ongoing feelings of guilt, inadequacy, exhaustion, especially among those raising children without adequate family or community support. And also just to emphasize that this is specifically an issue that affects women who are in most communities and in most contexts, are the ones who undertake childcare responsibility. Further on, despite these challenges, some farms offer limited concessions to ease the pressure on working mothers. A few farms, for example, provide 1 hour of breastfeeding time, even though it's not legally required. And one mother remarked that although she can breastfeed at noon, use the remaining time later, the emotional and physical strain is still very real. These examples highlight how work-life balances persist, leaving women physically exhausted and emotionally strained. Also, with regards to living conditions, we note the issue of evictions. Farm dwellings remain a common practice. Farm dwellings and evictions remain a common practice in the Western Cape, where workers and their families live on agricultural properties in exchange for labor. It is also quite interesting to see how this form of labor and the way in which workers are bound to their employer in this way persists, despite all the reforms we've made, and despite all the progress that we've made. Such issues still dominate in the farming and agricultural sector. This arrangement often reinforces exploitative power dynamics that limit autonomy, especially for women, trapping them in dependency and undermining opportunities for empowerment. One of the most pressing issues facing women farm workers is therefore eviction, which is often triggered by changes in farm ownership, mechanization, or shifts towards commercial agribusiness models. Also, for example, most farms in the Western Cape are sold to foreign nationals, leaving workers vulnerable to evictions. And in most cases, the people that are most affected by these evictions are single mothers, they are widows, and older women who are more vulnerable, but are the ones who are often left behind to care for families. The impact of eviction goes beyond financial hardship because it cuts women off from vital services like education, healthcare, and community networks compounding their social and emotional isolation. So in other words, if where you live also determines access to services, basic services, when you are evicted, it is more than just a housing issue. It's also an issue of being cut off from vital services and community networks, which regards in social isolation. On working conditions, we discuss employment contracts. As I noted earlier, women farm workers experience job insecurity regardless of whether they're employed on a seasonal or a permanent contract, though the nature of their insecurity differs significantly. Seasonal workers are the most vulnerable due to the temporary nature and informal nature of their employment. Their contracts are often unwritten, and their jobs last only a few months during the harvest season. Without access to pension and maternity benefits or skills development programs, these women remain trapped in a cycle of repetitive, low-wage labor with no prospects of advancement. And I think that is quite it's quite a significant finding to say that there are no opportunities for these women to escape the cycle of poverty, given the type of work they do, the type of contracts that they have, and also the nature of living conditions. So all of these things do interact and intersect. With regards to employment contracts, the permanent workers do enjoy some employment benefits such as UIF contributions, consistent income, and occasional paid leave. They also face a different kind of insecurity, where despite their stable contracts, many report feeling stagnant in their roles with limited or no opportunity for promotion or skills upgrade. Long-serving women often remain in the same position for decades without access to retirement funds or meaningful career progression. We also note that women spoke about how promotion opportunities tend to favor men, especially in roles involving more technical machinery work, even though women frequently perform more physically demanding tasks in the field. Further on, we discuss maternity leave, which remains a significant concern for farm workers, where the reliance on female labor is high, but formal labor protection are inconsistently applied or entirely lacking. Although the Basic Conditions of Employment Act provides for 4 months of maternity leave, it is often unpaid, compelling workers to depend on the UIF for partial wage replacement, which typically ranges between 38 and 58% of their salary. Of course, this only applies to those that are permanently employed. This system is fraught with challenges, especially for rural women who often struggle with the complex application process, long waiting periods, and inconsistent payout. This compounds hardship, exposing pregnant women to wage insecurity and reinforcing cycles of poverty and dependency. Still on working conditions, we discuss employee relations, where the participants in the study revealed that women farm workers often endure toxic and unfriendly working environments marked by strained relationships with farm owners and managers. This situation is further complicated and entrenched by patriarchy or patriarchal norms in family-owned farms where inheritance, for example, favors men, marginalizing women from ownership and decision-making roles. A female farm worker actually recounted or commented on how, in her role as a farm manager, she is routinely undermined by male relatives and employees who refuse to accept her leadership, causing internal conflict, legal disputes, and business instability. Her experience highlights the persistent gender bias in agricultural leadership, where women in power often face resistance, lack of recognition, and external exploitation. But it also reflects the interconnectedness of the issues, from living conditions to working conditions to employee relations, all which intersect to produce compounded discrimination for women farm workers. Still on working conditions, we discuss working hours, remuneration and pay gaps. The study revealed that women farm workers endure some of the harshest working conditions in the agricultural sector, characterized by long hours, inconsistent pay, and gendered wage disparity. To that, I also want to add dismal or very low wages that we know are paid to farm workers per hour. Participants consistently reported working shifts that far exceed the standard 8-hour workday, with some starting their day as early as 3 a.m. to meet transport arrangements and only returning home after dark. While the national minimum wage was set at 27 Rand 58 at the time, women on seasonal contracts reported irregular payment structures that often failed to meet this baseline. Gendered pay gaps are evident in the study. Women consistently reported earning less than men while performing more physically demanding work such as harvesting, picking, and carrying produce. The gendered pay gap is also reinforced by the statistics, which shows that women are most likely to be found in administrative roles, in low-wage, precarious forms, seasonal forms of employment. That also accounts for the gendered wage pay gap. Men more frequently occupy machine operating roles, which are better paid roles despite being less physically taxing. The variability and the lack of transparency in wage allocation, even among workers performing similar duties, fostered a culture of secrecy, tension, and discouraging open dialogue about salaries. Still on working conditions, we discuss access to water and ablution facilities on these farms. This remains a pressing challenge for many women farm workers. The absence of nearby toilets during working hours creates significant discomfort and poses serious health risks, including urinary tract infections, dehydration, and reproductive health complications, especially during menstruation or pregnancy. Participants highlighted how these conditions force women to relieve themselves in isolated areas, exposing them to risks such as sexual harassment and snake bites, while also stripping them of privacy and dignity. We do note that some employers provide water, but the supply is often insufficient for the long, physically demanding shifts performed under extreme weather conditions. These conditions not only compromise the physical health and safety of women farm workers, but also reflect a broader neglect of their basic human rights. The next theme that we discussed was on violence and exploitation, particularly gender-based violence and sexual harassment, which are persistent and deeply troubling aspects of the lived experiences of women farm workers. Participants in the Western Cape and Gauteng shared distressing accounts of sexual violence, including rape, emphasizing their heightened vulnerability both in the workplace and during commutes. These incidents are compounded by a lack of employer-provided transportation, which forces women to work long distances from informal settlement to farms during early morning hours in unsafe areas. This also reflects a legacy of apartheid special design, which isolated Black men and women to the margins of society, and thus having to have these long commutes to work, whether your work is in the farms or in the CBD. The lack of access to security personnel, including the SAPS, due to remote location of farms, further exacerbates the vulnerability of women farm workers. We've already discussed the absence of basic infrastructure such as toilets, which forces women to relieve themselves or to have to go out into isolated areas in order to relieve themselves, and thus being at the risk of being assaulted. As one participant states, because we go to the bushes to relieve ourselves, they, male co-workers, can also come look at us. There is no security and safety, making us more vulnerable to either rape or any assault. These unsafe conditions reflect systemic failures to protect women and uphold their dignity, especially in rural work settings and farms where there is a lack of oversight. Still on violence and exploitation, we discuss migrant labor. Migrant women farm workers face heightened exposure to gender-based violence and harassment due to their intersecting vulnerabilities as undocumented or precariously undocumented individuals. The fear of deportation often prevents them from reporting abuse, while their exclusion from union representation and formal complaint systems further isolates them. These women are not only subject to exploitative labor practices, but are also more likely to experience sexual harassment or assault. And of course, employers, farm owners also exploit this position of migrant laborers in order to pay them less and not give them the necessary benefits. We also talk about healthcare and security as being directly impacting their safety, well-being, and economic participation in the agricultural workforce. Many women face significant barriers in these areas, particularly in remote rural locations where infrastructure is poor, public transport is scarce, and workplace protections are minimal. Without reliable transportation, women struggle to reach farms. They often rely on unsafe or costly alternatives, which can deter their participation in the workforce. The lack of accessible transport also limits their ability to seek medical care for work-related health risks, such as pesticides exposure, please forgive me, reproductive health concerns. And then still on health and safety and transport facilities, these challenges are not just logistical, but deeply embedded in gendered inequalities, where rural women's access to essential services remain limited, reinforcing their vulnerability and economic independence. Transport insecurity for women from farm workers in South Africa reflects a deeper structural neglect that intersects with gender, class, and rural marginalization. We do also speak about the general infrastructural deficits that characterize the rural areas of South Africa. And it's a good thing that today we are having this engagement with this committee, because that remains to be a huge challenge for many women there, remote location and isolation. The lack of reliable and safe transportation not only undermines their ability to access work, but it exposes them to heightened risk of gender-based violence. I think the rest I've already discussed. I think this should be the last or the second last theme. We discuss access to land and resources. So looking at barriers to land access and ownership, as well as access to credit. Barriers to land ownership and access to credit for women reveal entrenched gender and structural inequalities that continue to marginalize female agricultural workers and aspiring farmers. Participant says, as a woman, owning land is very discouragement from your own family, as they don't believe a woman can own hectares of land and run a farm. Of course, barriers to access to land also means that women don't have access to credit facilities which could aid and support their development as farm workers and enhance their investment in their farm. So those two are interconnected. But these barriers to land access, or the barrier land to access, is rooted in customary practices which entrench male dominance, with many women forced to rely on male relatives for access to land, credit, and farming opportunities, undermining their autonomy. These barriers highlight the urgent need for structural reforms that ensure women's equitable access to land, financial services, and representation in agricultural decision-making spaces. I'm going to now move on to the recommendations. So the first recommendation was on transformation and upward mobility. Gender transformation in farm work requires deliberate planning, investment in training, and strong partnerships between governments and farmers, supported by agencies like AgriSeta and relevant ministries. Farm owners must take responsibility by implementing gender equality frameworks and workplace skills that promote women's advancement and create inclusive work environments. In terms of upskilling and education for women farmers, bridging the education gap and providing targeted training in modern labor-saving agricultural technologies is essential to empower women and enhance productivity. Innovation should focus on reducing physical burdens and equipping women with skills to operate advanced digital and automated machinery. Support from farm owners and government bodies is crucial to ensure women, especially in remote areas, have access to lasting education and resources for sustainable farming. Aligning working conditions to legislation, employment conditions such as wages, hours of work, and leave must comply with the Basic Conditions of Employment Act, with all benefits clearly stated in written contracts. The CGE recommends that the Department of Employment and Labor rigorously enforce this law through investigations, farm inspections, and legal actions when violations occur. Additionally, complaints from women farm workers must be addressed promptly to protect their rights and ensure fair treatment in the agricultural sector. With regards to access to services, improving safe private and hygienic ablution facilities on farms, especially in remote areas, innovative sustainable solutions developed through collaborations between farm owners, the Department of Water and Sanitation, and workers themselves. On worker transport, although not legally required, farmers should prioritize providing safe transport for workers due to the remote locations of farms, limited public transport, and safety risks for women due to the limited public transport and safety risks for women. Current transport methods like trucks and tractors are unsafe, so collaboration with provincial transport departments is essential to develop safer, cost-effective solutions. And then on housing, the extension of Security of Tenure Act has unintentionally increased evictions, leading to overcrowded, unsafe, and poorly serviced housing conditions for farm workers, often worsened by deliberate constructive evictions tactics by some farmers. To address this, the relevant government departments must collaborate to ensure dignified and gender-sensitive housing with secure land and involve farm workers in developing tailored, effective solutions. With regards to land use and customary practices, the CGE recommends transforming discriminatory practices, restructuring land ownership mechanisms, and providing targeted training and funding to empower women as landowners. Key government departments such as COGTA and Rural Development must lead efforts to create an equitable, inclusive land system that supports women's rights and livelihoods. In terms of information and awareness of farm workers' rights, women farm workers need accessible multilingual information about their rights and working conditions tailored to diverse literacy levels. Collaborative efforts between government departments, the CGE, Human Rights Commission, and civil society organizations are essential to develop and implement educational programs that bridge these knowledge gaps in farming communities. And with that, I would like to thank you for your attention and the time you gave me today. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Proper report, straightforward. And thanks really to CGE and thanks really to the team that worked on this report. I think it gives us clarity. It makes us understand where we are. But I'm going to allow members to say something or to ask questions where they want to ask questions. Honorable members, Honorable Marau, Honorable Gobe, Honorable Vilagaz. Honorable Gopani, you'll come last. In that order, comrades.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Greetings to colleagues and greetings to CGE officials. Let me first appreciate the report from the CGE. However, Chairperson, I am a little bit frustrated because as the presenter reported in this platform that CGE is Chapter 9 institution, which means it was established immediately when we retained freedom. That is 1994. But listening to what the speaker presented to us, the presentation is as if CGE started 5 years ago, whereas it's more than 20 years ago. First of all, I'll start by citing the problems the CGE is having, the location of their offices, because you'll find out the CG offices cutting across all provinces, but I'm referring to Eastern Cape where I'm staying. You'll get the CG offices in East London or Amtata, far away from the rural areas. And you'll never hear their outreach program for awareness, so that the farm workers, especially the females, know exactly what are their rights. Listening to their recommendations, it doesn't give a sense, I can be mistaken, of what is it that they have done in terms of the report they are tabling today, because the experience that the farm workers are having is not the today's program. So I was expecting CGE to have a turnaround plan, maybe reporting in this platform that under land and whatever reform, this is what we have done. Under a transport shortage, this is what we have done as CGE, knowing exactly that when it comes to health problems, there are no clinics there. So now I was expecting CGE to say that we have partnership with health departments in terms of having immobile visits to farms in that particular region. We were having a partnership with the Department of Education for scholar transport for the rural children of those women that are working in those farms. But you do not get that sense. And you do not get a sense of how often do they do outreach in terms of familiarizing the farm workers or do awareness of their rights. Because most of the farm workers are sitting there not knowing what are their rights, and CGE is not visiting and has no program in terms of visiting the rural areas in that particular region. So I'm having those comments, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
In that order? In that order, comrade.
Correct. Thank you, Chair. Chair, thank you to the CGE for the presentation. I think it illuminates the many challenges that women continue to face in post-apartheid South Africa within the new dispensation, that not much has changed for women. And it points again, Chair, to your point earlier to say we must be very deliberate when it comes to issues of transformation and placing women in the forefront of the sector. Chair, listening to the presentation, it makes me believe that the agricultural sector is widely unregulated. But this is not true. The agricultural sector, is very well regulated in terms of the outputs that they have. My worry is that it seems as though for the benefit of our economy, we have regulated the system, the sector, and the products and the outputs that are produced within the agricultural sector, and for the sake of food security, but we have left our people behind. There's widespread non-compliance in terms of, from what I could tell, basic conditions of the Employment Act, right down to issues of the national minimum wage. And Chair, with the presentation, my worry is we have all these laws, but how do we then ensure that there is enforcement of them? Because the issue is not particularly the lack of laws or legal frameworks that could advance and ensure that we have women being taken care of. Our issue is enforceability. And because the agricultural sector widely operates within the periphery of the geographical space of economic development, it's mostly in rural areas. There's non-compliance because there's non-enforceability in those areas. And it seems that this cuts across all departments. Chair, I think that bringing it just to the transport sector, we should have had a multidisciplinary portfolio committee sitting so that these problems, because they cut across from health to employment to the transport sector, all the way to basic services and infrastructure, that should have taken place within a multidisciplinary sitting. So that, Chair, when we speak about how women are suffering, we then, with the powers that we have, are able to edify to the recommendations in such a way that there is compliance, enforceability, and also, Chair, our recommendations just don't seem like we are ticking boxes. And I'm afraid that's what that presentation says. The previous speaker, I think, echoes the frustrations quite well to say that it seems as though it's in its formation stages and it is still crawling, when this should be at advanced stages, to say, even in areas in the periphery, in rural areas within the agricultural sector, how are we advancing women in those particularly disenfranchised communities, because we understand that there is a lack of compliance, widespread compliance in those areas. And I'm getting a sense that it's like almost we are starting the paper. I think, Chair, as a portfolio, I think as a way forward, we should maybe then have a multidisciplinary or multi-portfolio committee meeting with the GCE and various portfolio committees to see how then we can strengthen compliance and enforceability within the agricultural sector, so that we have women better protected and their rights better advanced. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Kobe. Thanks very much for that. Maybe before another member comes in, I must indicate that colleagues from CGE, of course, this report cuts across many departments, and so that colleagues must not labor on that point again. And I think Honorable Kobe did well by indicating that this touches multi-departments. Now, colleagues from CGE are presenting to various committees. I know that a week ago they presented to Human Settlement. They are with us here. Important for us is to know the areas that relate to ourselves, so that we comment on those areas that relate to ourselves and ask questions on those. There are issues of health. Obviously, the CGE will be presenting to them and so forth, so they'll see the issues that affects them. You would appreciate that when you deal with research, you look into variables in this regard. So without wasting time, let me allow other members to come. I just wanted to say, let's raise that matter that Honorable Kobe has raised, so that we don't labor on it again and again. We look into the areas that focus on our competency at this point. Thanks very much. Honorable Vilakazi.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the CGE for the presentation. On the note that you make, Chair, I think one way that just some feedback to the CGE itself is that for a committee that they are going to, they might want to tweak the study to perhaps highlight more specifically issues related to that committee, so that the link is obvious. But it still was very useful to get the rounded picture of what is going on within the environment in question. And on that note, I just wondered, to what extent can the study be extrapolated to the rest of the country? And what factors would need to be accounted for in that regard? To what extent can we assume that the same situation exists in other parts of the country? Also, were you able to establish what proportion of women farm workers surveyed had access to reliable daily transport to work versus how many relied on walking long distances? And then just putting the transport lens in particular, the presentation notes a range of challenges that women face in relation to transportation. And in fact, I felt that there could have been a number of recommendations that could have been raised that pertain directly to our sector, the transport sector. But then I thought, maybe let me ask the question of the CGE, in the sense that has the CGE approached the Department of Transport on these issues. One being assessing the adequacy of rural public transport services in major agricultural regions. Another one being on any specific interventions to improve the safety of women farmers during their daily commutes. Another factor could be considering the needs of women farmers in the development of provincial and municipal integrated transport plans, and also perhaps finding out from the department any targeted rural transport programs for seasonal agricultural workers, particularly during harvesting periods. Another interaction with the department I thought could be on assessing how transport shortages affect access to clinics and hospitals in farming areas, and also perhaps collecting gender disaggregated data on rural transport use, particularly for women farm workers. And then also on a point that was mentioned in the presentation, this poor implementation of or weak enforcement of transport policies that favor women, particularly in rural or farming communities. Just perhaps these are issues that the CGE could take up with transport, but if they have taken any of these up with transportation, perhaps just giving us feedback on those discussions. Again, on recommendations, the CGE recommends safer transport arrangements. I just wondered what practical models have been identified that could be implemented in farming communities without imposing unaffordable costs on either workers or farmers. And then also, what role does the CGE feel that provincial transport departments could play in improving safe and affordable transport for farm workers in these types of environments that we are talking about? And lastly, what intervention from the portfolio on transport? Is there anything specific regarding this portfolio committee that you would recommend as an intervention to help alleviate the situation that you are communicating about today? Thank you, Chair.
Well, thank you very much. Next.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, let me appreciate this presentation by the Commission on Gender Equality. That the research that they have undertaken on women farm workers. My appreciation, Chair, is that they are bringing this report at an appropriate time, and also their choice of the target group, that is women farm workers, is appreciated, and the good timing when we celebrate the 30 years of our Republic of South African Constitution, 1996, where Chapter 9 institutions are given mandate from the Constitution. You know, this pathetic situation that is being tabled here on the conditions of women farm workers, it is really a true reflection of the findings by particularly the Portfolio Committee on Employment and Labour. Zonke ezi zinto bazichazayo zezi sazifumanayo xa sivizitha ezi farms. And it's not only women that are affected, greatly and negatively affected, but also the boy children are subjected to these appalling life conditions. That's 1 hour breastfeeding. You know, both boys and girls, those kids end up being subjected to child labor. And the housing format, yapaya, the condition of having something like a hostel, amatroisi kaSotho, one family is staying in one room or a rendezvous, and children are exposed in all these adult conditions and situations abangafanelanga kuzibona izinto zenziwa in their presence, because the home has only one rendezvous there or one room place to stay, the adult child up to the young baby, the mother and the father in one room, and the mother doesn't have a privacy. And that issue is real, of having these men and boys following the females when they're going to the forest to relieve themselves. Bayoba oba paya, and sekhona nezifoni ke ngoku baba photo or take videos. And when ke ngoku lo mfo efuna anything, the woman is threatened that the perpetrator would post what they have taken a photo of or a video of. So they're just living really in a place and in places where they don't have any freedom, and they are always under the fear of rape, assault, and general abuse. So, Chair, I agree with the presentation and also support their recommendations to the portfolio committee. And I am sure all the committees where they have presented, and particularly the Employment and Labor Portfolio Committee, they would also support these recommendations. Thank you very much, Chair.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Kopan. I think all members have spoken now who had shown interest in speaking on this report. Once again, Honorable Malmach, you still want to say something? Honorable Malmach, I see your hand is up. But what I wanted to say that now that all members have spoken, this is what is going to happen. We appreciate CGE once again for the report and for the great work you have done in this regard. We will be writing to, we know the report, and then we'll process it internally with the committee, and then we'll then discuss with the department on what must be the way forward, and the department will then have at the right time to brief us as to what is it that they are doing in relation to those critical issues that we have raised. We can assure you it's not just going to be on our cupboards. We're going to follow up on those pertinent issues and that the research is trying to highlight. So we'll do that. To all of you, colleagues from our Almar, Priscilla, Valerie, Dr. Ngezi, we need to make sure in terms of our system that the report finds its way to the department, and for the department to respond to those specific areas that they have to. Her Royal Highness Princess Eureka Mohani, the CEO, Dr. Matotoka, and everyone from CGE, if you want to say something in terms of responses.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Thank you very much. I think we'll try to also keep it as brief as possible, but thank you, Chairperson, for also giving that overview as the reason why we are here today, and ensuring that this presentation remains as generic as possible is for you to also see this 360 approach we're having and how all these departments are definitely having this interception with regards to these issues. So that is why we are presenting in this manner. But I'll just give a quick overview before my colleagues also jump in. First of all, I'll start with Honorable Member Marau, who also talked about the Chapter 9 institution and having to understand what impact is being made, our accessibility. First of all, I want to echo what was said by Honorable Member Kopane, that, you know what, yes, it's 30 years later. The key aim for us to ensure that we commission such research reports is to give a more lived and on time, in time experience as to what is taking place, because it is one thing to have laws. It is one thing to have policies, but the lived experiences of people who are in the deep rural areas don't know what is Chapter 9 Act, or they do not know how to even quote these. So our aim for bringing this research report is to say, in as much as we have these structures in place, in as much as we have these laws and policies in place, there are people who are subjected, who are being undermined, who are being misused and abused in the name of because you need employment, in the name of because you need a livelihood. So we are bringing this up to you just for you to be aware of the quality of the impact of what is exactly taking place within society. And I'm grateful because you're all emphasizing on rural areas. You know, the Commission for Gender Equality has amazing staff members within there, even the Public Education and Information Department and legal officers. You know, you find even our admin staff, they all leave the office, they go out into communities. We are all about groundwork, engaging with the people, grassroots levels. And I'm grateful because I'm coming in here as someone who's also from Ebukhosini, because we have an amazing relationship as well and engage with traditional leaders as well, because some data gets cut off in just municipal meetings, it's going to be just individuals meeting together. But when we involve traditional leaders, we're able to then touch more lives, we're able to do more impact. And that is the role that we are playing as a commission. There's a lot of work that we are doing. There's a lot of impact that is being done. Can we do more? Yes, of course we can do more. But as a Chapter 9 institution, we are right now reflecting on 30 years later, what really is happening. Is there change that is really being done? And if not, what can be done? For example, I'm based here in Mpumalanga, and it's also mostly agriculture in this area. What we are doing here is even ensuring that we pull in private sector. There's a private sector farm that is, I won't mention the name, but they've donated a farm space. And we have now taken those women who have complained that they were being abused and undermined in other areas or other farms. And we have taken them over 150 of these women, elderly women, youth, men, mixed. We've taken them, we've given them this land for free. Now they're able to plant their own ground nuts, and from there they process them and make peanut butter. So those are some of the interventions that we are part of as a commission. We can't post or share all of them, but those are just some of the snippets, things that we are doing. And the reason why I'm also emphasizing on us going out, leaving our office, because of this topic of accessibility. Our offices are placed in such a way where public transport will be able to reach it. But where they can't, because right now we go out and solicit even cases, we leave our offices and go out to the people themselves. But of course, we are understaffed. The budget topic is always going to be discussed. The commission itself right now is one of the lowest budgets of all Chapter 9 institutions, and yet our mandate is big. There's so much that we need to address. Right now, GBVF was declared a national disaster. There's so much that we still need to cover on the ground. So there's a lot of issues that we're also trying to overcome. But with regards to us as a commission, we are doing our best to go above and beyond. There are limits that are in place that we are seeing, but we will not be discouraged and we will not stop right there. Hence, we want to have like-minded institutions we work with. Hence, we have partners that we engage with. We even have a program called Train the Trainers, where we know that if I can't reach 4 or 5 hours away from where the office is, I will train individuals, and from there, they will go back and train others who are in the rural areas. And this training that they'll give, this information and workshops they will give will be relevant to the individuals as well within the area, so that they understand the context of what we mean when you say there's a duty to report, very important for us to note. So there's a lot of work that we are doing, but I'm grateful on how you've received this presentation. It is a work in progress. And yes, honorable members, enforcement. There's a difference between dealing with the private sector versus dealing with the public sector, and then just general organizations, an individual who's saying, I will stand on my own. I do not want nothing to do with this constitution. And I'm grateful for this multi-portfolio committee engagement that is required. Hence, we are going to each portfolio committee to go and plant a seed to say, listen, let us fight together. Are we asking the right questions? Are we keeping everyone to account? Or do we just go do an oversight? And the day we do oversight, everyone is clean, everyone is happy. But when we leave, things falling apart. So those are the things we're trying to just ensure that you as portfolio committee members are also fully aware of. And we want to thank you as well that there are recommendations that are made in tweaking the study. Of course, we'll tweak them to recommendations, but I think for us, it's good to give that broad overview as to where does this portfolio committees place themselves as well. And thank you for also noting that there is the issue of the boy child being exploited. You know, there are many other farms, for example, in Jimmy Rose in Free State. You know, there we had seen that the private sector itself, the private farms, they're able to give transport to individuals, they're able to give food back in the days, not now. But right now, there's transport shortages. So you ask yourself, what went wrong along the way? And individuals, when we engage with them, they'll come back and say, you know what? Life is expensive. We cannot afford to give those benefits anymore. So you see, there's a lot of context, there's a lot of perspectives in this whole mix. And as a commission, we are sitting here to say, in as much as we keep everyone accountable, in as much as we are the guardians of the Constitution, we need to zoom in and to find out what exactly is taking place within each area. I think right now I'm going to hand over to my colleagues, Commissioner van der Merwe. She's based in Eastern Cape. I think she'll also have a lot to give an overview of, and my colleagues who will also want to give in just a few, feedback. Every other thing, Chairperson, I think where it's necessary, will also respond in writing. But for us just to give that gist that work is being done, impact is being done. We are monitoring cases where even people don't call us. We go just to find out what is really happening there. Commissioner van der Merwe.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Mohane. Thank you for leading this delegation this morning. I would like to respond to Honorable Mahau, who comes from the same district as myself in the Eastern Cape. It is a very far-flung rural district. I do want to agree that there can be more done in terms of raising the visibility of the CGE in those areas. However, one also has to understand it within the context of the resource constraints that we are facing at the moment. But I also do want to put a provocation to say that the CGE is in the field through our public education and information unit. We have a dedicated public education officer who does reach out to different parts of the province. But again, one has to understand it from the perspective that for the entire province, there are 5 members at secretariat level. 5 people. This province is really vast. And so in the absence of not being able to reach every single part of the province all of the time, we do have very strategic partners through the public education unit that we are working with in different parts of the province. The example that was made is to have a partnership in terms of mobile units. And it is not to be assumed that that partnership is not there. However, Commissioner Mohane, Honorable Mahau, it's also important to know that as CGE, we cannot be the judge, jury, and executor because ours is monitoring, oversight, and accountability. What is important for me as a commissioner in this province is to make sure that we do have a mobile unit there, is to monitor how many times it goes out, is to monitor what kinds of service get delivered there, and to also monitor the quality of the services delivered there. You may know, Commissioner Mokhane, that I've done a 6-hospital study on women's sexual and reproductive health in the province, and that for me is testimony to how we really respond to our oversight and monitoring role in the province. Let me pause there. Thank you once again, Commissioner Mokhane.
Thank you so much, Convandant Merva. Just want to quickly hand over, CEO, if you allow me, I just want to hand over to our HOD Legal and Dadetsi Shuping. If you can unmute yourself. He was struggling to raise his hand. I don't know if you can unmute yourself, our HOD from the Legal Department. Tsietsi Shuping, can you unmute yourself? There
Thank
we go.
you. Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I will just attempt to also briefly just respond to some of the questions from the perspective of the legal department's initiatives also that we have been conducting. Essentially, just one of the questions was essentially regarding the work that the Commission has been doing, that establishment goes beyond the 5 years that has just passed. And in terms of that, we did conduct several investigative hearings spanning from back in 2021, and we have issued several reports on employment equity, transformation, and conditions of employment generally in South Africa. And we have further engaged the entities and several departments as well as several portfolio committees on the work that we have done. We have written a full of our reports in terms of these different issues to different units of the departments, as well as their director generals regarding the work that we have been doing in escalating the issues that we have identified that counters transformation. And part of the work that we do, let alone the education programs and several research reports also touching on these issues that we have addressed. In the previous financial year, we conducted a strategic engagement with the several departments, which includes the Department of Employment and Labor. We have engaged them regarding several reports of the CGE. We are having an ongoing engagement with them in terms of the work that we have presented to them, the issues that we are raising regarding employment. Of most importance, this financial year, we will be escalating some of the issues in terms of employment that we also be taking to the relevant policy makers, which is the ministers' offices or presidents, as our reports are guiding. And that is in terms of Section 18 of the CGE mandate. Therefore, collective of these as well as strategic engagements that we are doing, we are continuously engaging other departments and portfolio committees that are relevant as a societal collective issue of transformation that we are facing. Just in detail, why specific reference to the Department of Employment and Labor? In our recent report that we will be issuing as well from the CGE on the conditions of service in the Western Cape on farm workers. That investigation centered around that. It is indicating that Department of Labor for Western Cape have 217 inspectors to cover the whole province. That means essentially that they can only conduct 72 inspections per financial year. Essentially, it means that they will take 83 years before they can do anything, visit only the farms, which are close to 6,000 commercial farms in the Western Cape only. And that leaves out other issues that also are emanating, as well as other sectors that are many in this sector. So 83 years is only talking about the work that we've been doing regarding the farm workers within the Western Cape. So that will double or triple that. It will take them more than 3 lifetimes before they can ever finish compliance. And why the CGE put emphasis on compliance, it gives the Department of Labor is empowered as per the Constitution as well as their provision enforcement mechanisms to issue compliance notices compelling the employers to act to non-compliance of the employment equity and policies that speaks to transformation, conditions of employment, and everything else within the sector. And as such, it is thus important for us to ensure that our engagement with the Department of Employment and Labor is a continued exercise that we will continue to in furthering our work. Further to the report that we will also be tabling this financial year, it will give further guidance in terms of the recommendations for policy reforms that will address to a measurable impact that we want to see that is taking place within our society. The report that was presented before the Portfolio Committee now, Honorable Chairperson, it's a research report. It is guided by the design that we have chosen, answering the questions that we have selected, particularly for this research report. It is not necessarily a report that is comprehensive about other work that we are carrying through other units, departments, that is through the Education Department, through the Legal Department and Communications Department. So there is a lot more work that is presented, but for this Portfolio Committee, the request was centering around the research report that we have conducted. And then further, I do concur to the comment of the Honorable Member in respect of the collective engagement with joint portfolio committees. I do concur that we need to have that. So because these issues, as you have correctly cited, Honorable Chairperson, as well as the members, that there are issues that are touching other departments. The CGE as well as the Department of Employment and Labor cannot between themselves indeed address satisfactorily all these issues. We need to have that collective view of what is happening in the employment sector. We are also monitoring policies and making submissions in as far as the employment equity laws that we are seeing and in advancing the sectoral determinations that we are seeking to achieve so that each sector can have specific targets that we are working towards. Honorable Chairperson, it's important to note as well that we have recently even engaged with the unions. We held transformation hearings with some of the unions, and we have highlighted through those unions and identified gaps that also the unions need to also strengthen their monitoring and evaluation as unions. And if they are also lacking in terms of their enforcement of the laws and monitoring, what about the very same employees that they seek to represent at different forums where they are appearing as well? Therefore, another report in terms of a legal investigation will also be issued that is addressing particularly the gaps that we have seen in terms of the unions, so that they can also have gender mainstreaming initiatives, that we are ensuring that there is sufficient monitoring and evaluation, there is compliance that is taking place. So if we continue to have unions at this stage and time that do also not have sufficient policies to satisfy and in fact adequately address the issues that we have all discussed here, we will not see transformation anytime soon. And lastly, Chairperson, we do concur that further engagement will be necessary with the department and portfolio committees as we may be invited. We need to highlight, Chairperson, as our commissioner has indicated, that we need to take as a Chapter 9 institutions that role to ensure that we are playing an oversight in the work that we are doing. Unfortunately, we are unable, Chairperson, to be calling every entity. Our reports of more than 10 years ago have cited so many entities that within our capacity, we will never be able to either go back to all of them and address this. Hence, we have taken a shift in making our recommendations to Parliament in changing several laws as per our recent reports that we have been issuing, because we believe that strengthening the legislative gap will assist. However, without compliance and strengthening entities that are ensuring that compliance is taking place, we will not have sufficient data to show to what extent people are struggling, and we will not have proactiveness that is being taken so that we don't wait 83 years and more before we can have inspectors go to each and every employer and ensure that these issues are addressed. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Shuping, our HOD from the legal department, for that grand overview. I think you summarized and addressed the key questions that needed to be addressed. Chairperson, I want to just find out from the CEO if there's any other inputs that he might want to render before I give a bit of a summary and close.
I'm covered, Chair, by the HOD. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Dr. Jamela Hoveni, the Research Department, HOD.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to make a note and to thank one of our members who discussed the issue of transport inequalities. I think it is one of the outcomes of the study that we have realized that there are these transport inequalities that exist, especially in rural settings. So then, in terms of the relevance of this study to the committee, and also just thinking about future work, I think it will be so critical to pick up that discussion on transport inequalities, how they manifest, how they affect access to services in various contexts. So I just wanted to thank the member for making that comment, because it is something that I personally, as the head of the research department, would like to investigate further. There was also a comment around how do the findings of this study, I think that was the question, how are they, what do they tell us about the rest of the farms, the rest of South Africa? The trends or the specific working conditions of workers in the rest of South Africa, South African farms. And I think this is obviously a study that's specific to the specific provinces, specific farms. Therefore, we cannot generalize, but I think there are certain things that the study does highlight around working conditions, around the minimum wage, around how much workers are paid in South Africa, that we know are systemic issues that we can definitely say is the situation in the rest of the country. So I just wanted to caution against us necessarily generalizing from the study, but to just say the study also just highlights certain trends that are applicable to the rest of the country. And then finally, I wanted to also comment on the issue of a multidisciplinary forum, because yes, it's true, we do present to the different, committees, but I think what the speaker rightfully said, what is needed is for everybody in the same room to look at these issues, close the gap, look at issues of alignment, and where I think everyone from a different perspective can come in to address this issue. And I'm not sure if it's our role as the CGE to convene such a meeting, or we will leave it to the committee and the members. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hoveni. Honorable Chairperson and honorable members and our colleagues, I think for us in closure, I'll want to quote what Commissioner Samai has sent and said, was that, transport in itself should not just be viewed as a logistical aspect or function on its own, but it's also a tool that can be used for advancing equality, dignity, and socio-economic justice for the South African, for the individual who's staying and living here in our country. And it's very important for us to ensure that when we address these matters, when we do these presentations, when we do these researches, we have the outlook of what is the average South African experiencing, what are they going through at the back of our minds, so that when we do advocate, when we do our programs and our campaigns, it is well and noted as to we are not just ticking another box, we are not just trying to cover another research document that needs to be outlined or reviewed, but when we are presenting these cases even here at Parliament, we are looking for forward to ensuring that once we are enforcing them, there is oversight that is done and there's an understanding as to what oversight exactly are you supposed to conduct and what is the background for that oversight too. Hence, we have these research that are commissioned. But I think for us in closure, Chairperson, as the Commission for Gender Equality, a Chapter 9 institution, we will continue with our monitoring and oversight powers. We will continue keeping those who need to be kept into account. We'll continue with our hearings, as our HOD Legal has also emphasized on. It's very important for us to keep everyone to account, but to ensure that we also don't work in a silo. Hence, we engage with you as our portfolio committee members as well to be fully aware as when you see the CGE banner maybe or a wall banner out there in the community, what exactly are we doing on the ground? Hence, these engagements are so necessary and appreciated. Whether it's solicited cases or unsolicited cases, we are on the ground and we do take those referrals as well. If a portfolio committee member comes and says, I heard of this, that's where you are able to also refer those matters to us. As mentioned, there's a limitation of the staff, of course, and resources, but you also aid us in telling us where we might be missing, where we need to also go to. So we are looking forward to more of the engagement. We're looking forward to giving more written feedback from the questions that you might still have that might have not been raised in this engagement, but we appreciate the opportunity. Thank you, Chairperson. I'll hand over back to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think 10 minutes before our lunch, we really appreciate, like I earlier said, for you, Her Royal Highness Princess, the CEO and the team of researchers you are with here. We appreciate the work that you've done. And like I said, it will not be used to decorate our cupboards. We're going to use it in a short while through our team here of researchers, speak to the department so that they can come and respond on some of the critical issues you are raising in the research. So we want you to live here know very well that you have made impact in terms of where we are supposed to be going as a nation. And therefore, from the transport point of view, we wouldn't just appreciate, we also put into use what you have raised with us. Wanted you to have that understanding. But without much ado, let me thank all of you and officially release you from the platform. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Chairperson. Thank you.
Okay, are you muted? We are still online.
Yeah, thanks. I wanted you to indicate that they are all evacuated. Yes. Where we are now, we have two reports that we must adopt. I'm not sure if other members are still here or they are already running to, or members are already running to what you call to other sessions. But if they are here, can I get indication if we can just process this report quickly?
I'm here, Chair. Happy to stay for that.
Okay, let's zoom quickly into those reports. Alma, if you take us through the first report.
Thank you, Chair and members. I'm going to take the report as read, not go through it word by word. The first one is the KZN visit, where we visited the two cities, as well as looking at IPTN and the PRNG. Members will recall that we waited to finalize this report until we had the presentation from the department and National Treasury. But just on the first one, in terms of recommendations for Msunduzi, we have those two recommendations over there proposed. The main one coming from that engagement was on alternative use for the infrastructure that they had already laid out, since they don't have buses running. They were in engagements with the taxi industry to establish the VOCs. But following the presentation from the Department and Treasury, we will have to see how the department finalizes their discussions. And that is what 2.7.2 essentially gets at, requesting that briefing by the department by the end of the third term on the progress made there. For number 3, it's for Durban. So that's everything that we were presented with, and the site visit notes, observations taken there. And those recommendations during the engagements, it was that they finish the construction projects that are currently busy. That's also what they indicated with the department. They were further along in their engagements regarding the VOC establishment, but the question was how the wind down would impact that. Then also the recommendation there for them to look at the access to the airport, working with the provincial department and Dubai Trade Port Management. And then 3.10.4 is again a repeat of the previous one, but the specific for that city is noting that we'll get that report from the department on the wind down. The PRMG, quite a few numbers in that presentation. So quickly going down to the recommendations we made there. Noting the site visits, what we saw there on those two roads, in terms of the observations, is that requests that we when they are moving some of the roads to SANRAL, to make sure that the funding goes with, and the roads that the Premier has to release to SANRAL should be done as soon as possible. Flood damage, where that they did have or experience flood damage, is to make sure that we get information on the work that they've done on that, because the presentation wasn't sufficient. Contestations regarding construction projects, that we needed more information on that. How they select their roads that would benefit from the PRMG funding. There was also a question regarding that. How they measure their pothole repairs in terms of the Volozonke project. So those were the observations. In terms of the recommendations, that we get a report within 30 days from adoption in the House on the allocations, expenditure, and the projects identified. That they need to work diligently with their contractors and design teams to ensure that future new roads or maintained roads are done so that they suffer the least damage by floods. And then also the regular quarterly reports that we've requested from them in the budget vote reports, as well as the BRRRs. The visit to the port regulator. Just there noting that there needs to be more information shared between the department and the ports regulator on the establishment and the work regarding the TER to improve the communication with the stakeholders as well. Ensuring that they cover their Section 197 process with proper explanations and consultations with the staff, and that the committee will program a follow-up meeting further in this year to see the progress on the TER. Number 6 is the airport visit. So just the first recommendation there for OXA ATS and Border Management Authority to make sure that they've got sufficient infrastructure there in order to bring our passenger numbers up to pre-COVID levels. They are getting closer to that. And then also that discussion with KZN, Department of Transport and other partners to see how they can improve public transport access to the airport. Number 7 is then that briefing that we received on the 2nd of June on the wind down. This table will be corrected. Members will recall that there was a request to the department to clarify whether it's millions or billions. And the department has just sent us the updated information on that. So we will be correcting that table to make sure that the figures reflect accurately. That was the department and Treasury's presentation. We took the observations out of the minutes. So that was some observations during the discussion from members. And there really was only the one recommendation from that, and that is the progress report that we need to receive at the end of the third term, and then also the proposal to get quarterly updates from the 13 cities going forward, so that the committee can keep track of how the wind down is progressing and what the plans are that the cities may have for the infrastructure if they're not running buses yet. So, Chair, that is the KZN report, a very quick run through for members to consider and adopt or give input before adoption. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, colleagues. I know some of you are going to be leaving. I want us to move quickly and adopt this report because very soon we're going to be without a quorum. Now, we take the report as read, as presented by Alma, and thank you very much for that, Alma. I want anyone who wants to comment on something on this report to come in, or to someone to move for adoption of this report. Honorable Kopan, we have a question.
No, Chair, there's no question. I just want to say this is a true reflection of our minutes, Chair.
Therefore, you move.
Therefore, I move for adoption.
Any seconder? Seconder 1. Seconder 2. Yeah, you see, the concentration span is gone now. Colleagues are here. Honorable Malmaja? Honorable Kobe?
Chair, thank you very much. I'd like to second, but Chair, I was not at the meeting. I will not be able to, but thank you, Chair.
Honorable Ghana? Honorable Ghana, you.
I
Honorable
second,
Malmati.
Chair. I
Oh,
second.
thanks. Thanks very much, Honorable Ghana. Thanks very much. Next report quickly, straight to the point. Consider it right, go straight to key issues. Because I see now we're going to lose members and will not correlate not long.
Thank you, Chair. The second one is the one that we did with PRASA on the general overhaul. So this one also had to wait till we got that final presentation and the feedback from them. So this just indicates their presentation, the site visit there to Y and F. The Braamfontein visit and the train ride from Mabopane to Pretoria North. Visit to the command center and the nerve center. And that's also the updates they gave us on the signaling systems. The observations made there, Chair, that was captured. And the proposed recommendations is on the positive marketing, which they have been doing. I've been sending members screenshots. Then also they need to complete their signaling and depot modernization rollout. And that they need to do quarterly briefings on the progress made on the GO program and the various modernization projects. So it's a short list of recommendations, Chair, but that does cover the majority of the observations made there, Chair. So that is the PRASA oversight report.
Thank you very much, Alma. Members, there's your report. Visit to PRASA, signaling and all that. Mover. You.
I move for the adoption of this report, Chair, because it is a true reflection of our oversight visit, the activities, starting with the meeting there and also going out for the site visits. Thank you, Chair. I move.
Thank you very much, Seconder. Thank you, Honorable Vilagazi. Set of two reports have been adopted. Can we now move to the minutes?
Thank you, Chair. The minutes of the 2nd of June, last week's engagement regarding PTNG. Those are the members present. We received that briefing. Minister made her opening remarks, and this was the discussion by members. Members would have seen this captured in our report as well. And then we adopted 3 sets of minutes last week as well, and the adjournment, Chair. So that is the minutes of the 2nd of June.
Thank you, Alma. Mover.
I move, Chair.
Honorable Vilagazi move. Seconder.
Yes, Chair.
Honorable Kopane second. The set of minutes have been adopted. Colleagues, two reports of oversight have been adopted and the set of minutes have been adopted. And this marks the end of the program for today. Indeed, it was a marathon of an activity today. I want to take this moment to thank all of you and wish you luck. Those who are having engagements in the afternoon session in Parliament, I wish you luck for the parliament, for the work in parliament, and all the best. Enjoy the day. The meeting stands closed. Thanks very much, colleagues, support staff, and everyone for making this meeting a success. Thanks very much. We meet tomorrow.
Long live the chair. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.